Before I start my cross-examination on the subject where we left off, can I just briefly touch on a different subject? You mentioned in your statement and in testimony that you were briefed by certain commanders whom you mentioned during the night of the 16th of August 2012 on what had taken place during the killings at Marikana on that day. And you also say that there was an update in the morning of the following day before you held the press conference. You remember that?
We have. Ubuza kokuba uCommissioner uyakhumbula na ukuba wathi ngale mini yomhla ka-16 waba kwakho ingxelo yenziwa kuyena ziikhomanda zimxelo kokuba yintoni eyenzekile, kwathi nangentsasa yange-17 ke kwabakho ingxelo eyavezwa kuye okokuba kwakwenzeke ntoni ngale mini. Kunjalo na?
Yes.
What I'm interested to find out is whether you ever received any further briefing, update, or whatever you choose to call it, on the details of what happened on the 16th of August 2012, that is when the killings took place. Did you ever get any other briefing prior to the session at Potchefstroom?
Phambi kokuba kubekho le mhlangano yayipha ePotchefstroom ngaphandle kwezi wawuzixela ziikhomanda, kukho enye ingxelo eyavezwa kuwe phambi kokuba kubanjwe le nhlangano yasePotch?
Yes, I have said I continue to receive briefing from this environment.
Ewe njengoba zishilo bekuloko bayizisa nje ingxelo kum.
I didn't hear the last part you said from.
I've said in my testimony that I continued to receive briefings from this environment.
Ndithe kwingxelo yam bekuloko kuqhutyekwa nje bendixelela okokuba kwenzeke ntoni, ndixelele ngaloku noku.
Are you able to tell us who the people who gave you the further briefs or the further briefing were, besides those that you've already told us about?
Phande kwabo sosixele ngabo kokuba ngobani nobani babezisa ingxelo kuwe, kukho abanye ongabashongo ngamagama kokuba ngobani babekuzisela ingxelo?
In chief, it has been the commanders led by General Mbombo.
Ubuni bekuba ziikhomanda ezi beziholwa nguGeneral Mbombo.
Would it have been a different set of commanders or possibly the same set that you have already told us about?
The question again, sir, if I'm sorry?
Would it or was it the same set of commanders that you have already told us about, or would it or was it a different set of commanders?
Kuzizo ezikhomanda beloku zixela onke la maxesha noma kuye kweza abanye ngaphandle kwabo.
I have said in chief it would have been the commanders that you've heard about, led by General Mbombo.
Ithe ubukhulu beqala kwakuziikhomanda ezendixele ngazo ezaziholwa nguGeneral Mbombo.
So would it be fair then to say that even in those further briefings, the only people you knew to have been at the scenes of the killings were the same two, that is General Naidu and Lieutenant, Khalid, what's his rank? And Brigadier Khalid. So to your knowledge, the only two that would have been at the scenes would still have been just that two, even during the further briefings, at least to your knowledge?
Ngokwazi kwakho ke bekuloku kungaba ababini othethe ngabo uKalis no Mhlekazi uNaidu.
From a commander's side, I would say yes, but there are other sub-commanders that report to them that would have been there.
Commander ngabo bobabini ewe kodwa ke kukhona ezinye commander ezisebenza phansi kwabo ebekade zizisa ingxelo kubo.
No, before we talk about anybody who might have said something to the commanders, so is your answer yes, to your knowledge, those that briefed you, or rather of those that briefed you, only the two, according to your knowledge, had been at the scenes? Your answer is yes to that.
Ingxelo yakho uthi ewe ngaba babini kuphela ngaphandle kwaba othi bebexelela ezi commander ngokwazi kwakho ebekade beza kwebakunika ingxelo ngaba babini kuphela.
I would still say, in addition to those two, yes, those two, but in addition to those, there were others that were there.
Who briefed you personally?
No, Judge.
He's concerned with the people who actually briefed you themselves. And it seems clear from what you say that of the people who personally briefed you, as far as you know, the only ones who were on the scene at the time the incidents took place were General Naidu and Brigadier Khalid. So that's correct, isn't it?
Of the people who briefed me, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did these further briefings bring to your attention information that you had not received at the briefing and update of the 16th and 17th respectively?
Ababanyeke bazisa ingxelo eyayongeza kwinto wasoyivile kwaba babini nge16 na nge17 kukho enye ingxelo ebayizisa engeke ngaphezulu kokho.
I have stated in my statements the information that was brought to my attention, and also the information that is sitting in our presentation. It's part of the information that I've been privy to. The question is a little bit broad for me to say yes or no.
Uthumbuzo lo uye wavuleka wabanzi kakhulu okokuba angakwazi ukuphendula ngaphandle kwengxelo lena ayifumana phaya enye ingxelo axelela yona ivela phaya kwi-presentation yabo le ebayenza phaya ebhaliwe.
I think the National Commission is correct. The question was what the constitutional lawyers would call overbroad. Perhaps you could narrow it a bit so that she can give a focused answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. National Commissioner, you do know what you were told during the briefing of the 16th of August 2012, just like you would also know what you were told during the update of the morning of 17 August 2012, not so?
Andithi usayikhumbula kakuhle ingxelo wanikezwa yona ngomhla zingu16 kuAgosti uyazi kakuhle futhi ingxelo eyaphinde yenziwa kongezwa ngayo nge17 zikaAgost phambi kokuba nivele.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now what I would like to know is, what is it that you were told after the update of the morning of 17 August 2012, but before the Potchefstroom session, whatever the date, the first date of that session was? What new material came to your attention after the update of the morning of the 17th of August?
Kenza samhla ka17 kuAgost kukho ingxelo eyavezwa kuwe. Kuthe emva koko phambi kokuba nivele phaya kwababathatha izindaba kwabakho enye ingxelo entsha evelayo ndifuna ukwazi leyo kuba waxelelwa ntoni.
But before the Potchefstroom session?
Phambi kwemhlangano le yasePotchefstroom.
I would still say the question you're asking me is extremely broad, because the information at hand was not only influenced by what you saw on TV, what you heard from people. So it's very difficult to put your pulse on the finger to say what in very granular terms.
Uthi kunzima uba ndiphendule lo mbuzo ngoba nyani andazi okokuba yintoni oyiqondile. Akusile ngxele yavela ku-TV nje kuphele yayithethwa lo kho ezinye izinto ezathethwa apho andazi okokuba yeyiphi le uyifunayo.
General, may I just inquire whether any of those updates in that period referred to by Mr. Madlanga were in writing in the form of memorandums or reports to you, or were they all verbal briefings?
Umbuzo ka Commissioner Hemraj okokuba
Oral brief.
lingxelo athethwa ngayo bayivezwa kuye yayivezwa njengento ebhalwe phansi ephepheni kanene kwakuyingxelo nje wayixelwa ngomlomo.
A lot of it was verbal briefings because we consolidated our information into what the Joint was doing and the team that was there was doing. So the presentation that you saw of the police was a consolidation of a lot of information that came from various members.
Kwakuyingxelo eyayivela ngomlomo ke kwabantu abahlukile kwathi emva koko yabe seyihlanganiswa ke lingxelo eyavezwa kuba sekuyinhlanganiso yonke lento eyayivela ngamaxesha ohlukile.
Thank you, Commissioner Hemraj.
Nkosi.
Are you able to tell, I do see the difficulties that you seem to have, National Commissioner, and I appreciate that. But let me try nonetheless. Are you in a position to say that as at 20 August 2012, you had already received some of these further briefings, that is after the update of the 17th of August, or not?
Emva kwengxelo owawuz briefing day 17 ke ngaphambi komhla ka 20 kuAugust kukho enye ingxelo eyavela emva koko kuba kwakwenzeke intoni phaya.
I continued to receive updates because operations continued. We didn't wrap up and go.
Wena nokundifumana ingxelo asizange nje sigqibezele apho sibe sesiyahamba kwakuloku kuthethwa ngalento.
And would all these updates / briefings have been about how the killings had taken place, or would it have been briefings on some other issues related to the killings?
Ezingxelo sithetha ngazo ke zaziloku zivela zazi chaza okokuba kuye kwenzeka kanjani okokuba kusweleka ababantu.
Again, I'm focusing on the 20th of August. As at the 20th of August, would they have been about how the killings had taken place?
Kwezingxelo ngokubafe kanjani ababantu kanene kwakho ezinye izinto ngaphandle kwezo ezazivela nithetha ke ngaphambi komhla ka 20 kuAugust.
To my memory, a lot of it has been the post-incident interventions, whether statements were being taken, whether, postmortems are taking place, what is the status of those that were injured, what is the status of those that are being arrested. It was almost on the overall incident.
Apha ke kwakuthethwa ngayo yonke into eyayisenzeka ngelo xesha ababantu abonzakele okokuba baqhuba kanjani ababaswelekile zenziwa na i-postmortem zithethwe istatement ababantu ababanjiwe kwenzeka ntoni ngabo nezinto ezinjengezo.
So post the update of the morning of the 17th and as at the 20th of August, it would have been about matters relating to and not really about how the killings had taken place. Do I understand you correctly?
Uthi ke ingxelo zazivela phakathi komhla ka 17 kude kube mhla ka 20 ukuthi kwakwenzeka ntoni kulawo maxesha kungathethwa ngokuthi kuze kanjani ukusweleka kwabantu.
Largely so, and remember we were also preparing ourselves now for the commission. We're starting to gather as much as we can, and a lot of investigations were still taking place, ballistic reports and other things.
Ubukhulu beqala kwakuthetha ngezinto ezinjengezo ukhumbuleke nokokuba sasesilungisela okokuba sizawuvela sithini apha phambi kweCommission nezinye izinto ezihambelana noko.
Would it be correct or accurate then to make the proposition that when you addressed a parade, a police parade on the 20th of August 2012, you had not received much more by way of further information
Ndithi ke
other than what you had received on the 16th and 17th.
xa uzawuvela phaya eparadini uthetha namapolisa wawuthetha ngezinto wawuzixelele phakathi komhla ka-16 kude kuba leyo mini mhla ka-20.
Yes, mostly.
Ewe ubuninzi becala.
Thank you, National Commissioner. Now let's go back to where we left off on Tuesday last week.
Asiphinde umva phaya sigqibela khona ngolesibini kulevel gqithileyo.
You will recall that you indicated in your evidence that you stand by what you had said in the press statement, subject to new information coming to your attention. And I said that what I would do today would be to demonstrate that or at least part of what you said in the press statement was in fact incorrect. So I'm quite open with you, I'm quite candid with you, and I'm going to proceed to do that. You remember that that is what I said I would be seeking to demonstrate.
Uyakhumbula ndathi ndizawuzama ukubonisa okokuba ingxelo wawuyiveze ngeli xesha wenza i-press statement yayingeyona inyaniso ndizawuzama ukuba ndibonise namhla okokuba wawungakufumananga ingxelo epheleleyo. Xa uthi wena usemi kulaa ntetho wawuyiveze ngelo xesha wenza i-press statement.
I'll give her everything, all of the things I asked for. General, you have indicated that you do know what the sub's presentation is. What I would like to know now is whether you are also aware what the opening statements of the parties are, and in particular, what I mean by the sub's opening statement.
Uthi uthe uyasazi statement esisubs eyavula ngazo opening statement yasubs ngokuba yathi yona izawuchazela commission ukuba kwenzeke ntoni phaya.
Yes.
Ewe.
And you said that you did have occasion to peruse the sub's presentation. Did you have occasion to peruse the sub's opening statement?
Statement esike kuvulwa ngaso sesubs uyoba nexesha lokuba usifunde njengoba uye wasichazela okokuba lingxelo le enye uke waba nemaxesha okokuba uyijonge.
Yes.
Ewe. Ewe.
Even though it's part of... Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm being advised by Ms. Pile, and I think correctly so, that because the AMCU opening statement was handed in as an exhibit and marked as such, that perhaps we need to hand this one up and also have it marked as an exhibit.
Consistency, we must do that. What is the next? It'll be triple F something.
Triple F9, Chair.
Triple F9, thank you.
Inamba ye statement kuzaba FFF9.
You haven't got 2 copies of triple F4. You have. Okay, no, I'll go and look at mine. No.
Sorry, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. The opening statement, General, actually sets out what the evidence that will be led by subs is going to be. And it also sets out the contentions that subs will be making. Do you understand and accept that?
Uyayamkela intetho ukuba esi statement sivulayo sichaza okokuba isubs ithi yona ngombono wayo kwenzeka ntoni phaya nokuthi yona izawuzivikela ngokuthini kulento eyenzeka.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, you recall that the penultimate paragraph of the press statement that I referred you to, your press statement, says that some of the protesters charged at the police firing shots, and that this was at scene 2. Or at least the latter part was my contention, that is, that in context, this was plainly at scene 2. Do you remember that your statement does refer to protesters that charged at the police firing shots?
Uyakhumbula ingxelo yakho isithi
That's the penultimate paragraph on the second page.
Of the second page, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
apha kwi-statement sakho uthi kwabakho abaqhankqalazi abasuka ngesantya besiza emapoliseni xa kuzokwenzeka lento yokuba amapolisa adubule.
Yes.
Ewe.
Would you be surprised, General, if I were to take you paragraph by paragraph in the opening statement to find out that the opening statement makes no such allegation? Would that surprise you?
Iza kumangaza into yokuba xa ndithi ke apha kulesi statement sakho ayiveli loo nto oyithethayo.
This, of course, in relation to sin 2.
Xa sithetha ngesehlakalo esisesibini apho kwadutshulwa khona abantu.
No.
Hayi.
Did you say you had read the opening statement?
Buthe busifundile esi statement ekuvulwa ngaso.
I have confirmed.
Ewe ndithi.
And when did you read it?
Usifunde nini?
Perhaps let me ask a different question. Did you read it prior to evidence being laid before this commission?
Mandibuza lo mbuzo kuba uye wasifunda phambi kokuba uzonikeza ubungqina apha kule commission?
Yes.
Ewe.
Just explain why would it not surprise you if it says something different to your media statement, which you say you stand by, you continue to stand by as of today?
Intoni ke kukho umahluko phakathi kwale ngxelo ethethayo nale eyavela kwi-media statement oye wathi ku usemi kuyo nangoku?
I shall ask you to repeat your question because
Xa ungandiphindela umbuzo.
I understood your response to an earlier question to be that it would not surprise you if you were to find out that the SAP's opening statement does not say that in respect of scene 2 there were any protesters who charged at the police firing shots at them. And you said, no, that would not surprise you. So my next question is, why would that not surprise you if it is at variance with what you say in your media statement, which you say you continue to stand by to this day?
Uthi apha kwi-statement sakho ayiveli le ngxelo yokuba abaqhankqalazi basuka ngesantya baleka besiza emapoliseni xa bezawudutshulwa. Into wayithetha xa uyiveza phaya kubapapashi bezindaba ingaveli ngoku kwesi statement sakho. Yintoni uthi ayikumangazi loo nto?
It does not surprise me because, as I've said, the statement I issued on the 16th were the facts as given to me at that point in time, and I've said to the best of my knowledge they represent the bona fide information that I received from those who were there.
Ndithe ayinimangazi ngoba le nto ndandiyithetha ngelo xesha ingxelo yayivezwe kum endandikholela okokuba iyinyani kuzizinto ezenzeka.
But do you accept that this is a material difference or departure from what your media statement says? That is, if the SAP's opening statement says nothing about protesters charging at police firing shots at them, don't you see that as a material difference?
Uyavumelana nami okokuba kumahluko omkhulu apha kwingxelo ezezimbini kule wayiveza xa uthi amapolisa adubula ababantu besiza kuba baqhankqalazi ngesantya kanti kwi statement esinivula ngaso ningu SAPS ayikho loo ntetho.
I would not agree because the statements are presented in two different fashions, and unless you point me to a point where there is that categoric point where you are saying there is material difference. I think there are different documents as I look at them.
Andivumelani nawe ngoba zi-documents zingxelo ezimbili ezimaqwebhu amabili ohlukile abekwe ngezindlela ezimbini ezohlukile ngaphambi kokuba ungandibonisa okokuba kuphi nakuphi apho zingafani khona.
A difference or lack of it, Commissioner, cannot lie in whether or not the document is one and the same, but would lie more in the content. And what I'm suggesting to you is, and I'm still going to do what you are inviting me to do. But now, all I'm saying is, on the assumption that indeed the SAPS opening statement, as I say it does or does not suggest that any of the protesters charged at the police firing shots at them. Whereas your press statement says that some of the protesters did exactly that. Is that not a material difference? That is what my question is.
Ndibeka ngolhlobo ke Commissioner ukuba kwi statement senu sokuvula samapolisa ayiveli lentetho yokuba abaqhankqalazi beza babaleka emapoliseni xa bezobadubula njengoba wawuyiveze phaya xa upapasha ezi zindaba. Awuyiboni leyo nto kungumahluko omkhulu?
I do not see it like that.
Andiyiboni ngolo hlobo.
Just explain that answer, perhaps.
Ungayichaza mhlawumbe lo mpendulo.
I have already said that the facts that are sitting in my statement of the 20th were facts as presented to me by those who were there. And I have also said I believed in the bona fides of those facts and I stand by them.
Ndithe kuwe ingxelo ndayiveza ngomhla ka-20 kwaku evela kum nge-20 into endandiyixelelwe ndikholelwa okokuba iyinyaniso njengoba yenzeke ngolo hlobo nangoku ke ndisamile kuloo ntetho.
Commissioner, this has nothing to do with bona fides. Commissioner, this has to do with what you say you were informed at the briefing of the 16th at night and the update you were given in the morning of the 17th August 2012. And what you subsequently read, what you yourself say you subsequently read in the SAPS opening statement. So what I'm suggesting to you is there is, in fact, a material difference. I'm going to take you through this. I'm saying there is a material difference between the opening statement and what you said in your media statement. And that material difference is this. Your media statement says some protesters charged at the police firing shots at them. And I say I'm going to demonstrate to you that the SAPS opening statement does not say so. If we accept for a minute, even before I take you through the opening statement, if we accept for a moment that indeed the opening statement says what I say it says, do you accept that that is a material difference? It has nothing to do with what you had been told or what you had not been told or the bona fides of those that told you or did not tell you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Midlanga. Before a witness answers, it may even go further than you've put it. So I think, in fairness, the witness should get a chance to deal with what exactly she said compared with the opening statement. In her statement, she didn't say some of them went to the police. She said, advanced on the police. She said the militant group stormed towards the police. So it's the militant group is what she said. Your point, as I understand it, is that that's not what the opening statement says. But perhaps you could perhaps reformulate the question to incorporate that so the witness gets a chance to reply to a focused question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bemchazela Commissioner kokuba umbuzo wakhe ubeke ngolhlobo uthi masitsho into ebhaliwe apho kokuba uCommissioner wathi aba bebahlomile bebesilwa ingabo abeza ngesantya esiphakeme ngasemapoliseni njengoba umhlekazi uMadlangu bemxelo kokuba kwezi statements zakhe ezimbili zohlukile kwesinye usho njalo kwesinye akasho kanjalo uthi ngoku ngumahluko omkhulu lo.
Let me take a step back. Commissioner, I would understand your stance if you had said to the commissioners, no, I never read the opening statement. I'm hearing about such a document for the first time as you're cross-examining me now. But you have said quite the opposite. You have said you read it prior to evidence before this commission commencing. So you have read that opening statement. You know what it says. You obviously also know what your media statement says. It's your media statement. You stood out there or you sat there and you told the nation and the world what had taken place. And as the chairman says, what you said is that in the media statement, the militant group stormed at the police firing shots at them. That is what your media statement says. You understand me thus far?
Uyandiva ke apha ndichaza kona kabanzo kokuba intetho yakho xa usenza ingxelo phaya kwezintatheli wathi aba babehlomile basuka ngesantya besize emapoliseni bedubula bejongise kumapolisa. Lo ngxelo ayiveli ke kule statement senu enivula ngaso apha. Ngako ke ndithi ngumahluko omkhulu lo yandivisisa kakuhle apha.
Just to avoid any confusion, if you could give me a yes or no. Do you understand me thus far, yes or no?
I'm going
to ask you again to just, it's a long sentence that you've given me. What do you want me to understand?
I want you to understand the long thing that I've said, Commissioner. You presented a media statement to the nation and the world, not so?
Yes.
Media statement
Under cross-examination by me, you said that you stand by it, not so?
Yes.
Under cross-examination by me today, you have said that you know what the SAP's opening statement is, yes or no?
Yes.
Still under cross-examination by me, you said that you read that opening statement, not so?
Yes.
You read it prior to evidence before this commission commencing, not so?
Yes.
And I assume a person of your level, with the experience that you have as a manager, surely you must have read the opening statement with understanding, not so?
Ndiyethemba kokuba umuntu okwesisikhundla ukuso namava onawo apha kwezokuphatha uye wasivisisa kakuhle esi statement.
Correct.
Kunjalo.
And you accept also that that media statement, amongst others, says that the militant group stormed towards the police firing shots at them, not so?
Uyayiva kakuhle lento kokuba uthe wena aba babexhomile ngabo abeza ngesantya emapoliseni bedubula kunjalo?
Correct.
Now what I'm saying and where we were when we hit the snag was this. If I were to demonstrate to you, and I am going to do so, that the SAP's opening statement does not suggest that any of the protesters stormed at the police firing shots at them, would you accept that that is a material difference to what you say in your press statement?
Commissioner Gogba, the statement enivula ngaso sakwa SAPS asithethi neze ke lo nto yokuba kukho aba basuka ngesantya bebaleka basiza emapoliseni. Ngoku ke ihlukile lento kunale owayithetha kubapapashi.
I have said no, and I am waiting to hear your leading in your points that you will raise later.
Ndithi hayi andivumelani nawo apho phambi kokuba ndive iphuzu ofuna ukuliveza apho.
So is your no based purely on the fact that you have not as yet been taken through what I'm promising to take you through? And on no other reason?
Uthi ke hayi ngoba usengandiva kokuba iphuzu lami elilandelayo lithini xa ndithi kumele kukhuma uhluko.
I'm saying no because it is not my understanding and that's how I respond to you.
Ndithi hayi ngoba andiqondi mina ngolo hlobo uyibeka ngalo lona.
Commissioner, would it be fair to say that your approach is, you say no because it hasn't been demonstrated to you that there is a conflict?
Uthi
If Mr. Malanga succeeds in demonstrating to you there is a conflict, then obviously you will no longer stand. But are you saying you haven't yet demonstrated to me there's a conflict? I'm not aware of a conflict, therefore I say what I said. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not aware of a conflict at this point in time. And I'm willing to engage.
Nditsho kanjalo njengoba usisho mntana ngaphambili ukuba kude kube ngoku akukho apho ndiye ndabonisa khona ukuba kukho imbambano kwezi zintetho zimbili kude kufike elo xesha ke ndiphendula ngalindlela ndiphendula ngayo.
May I take you to, and what you should bear in mind throughout, Commissioner, is that my focus is at Sin 2, which I have indicated appears to have been your focus as well in the penultimate paragraph of the second page of your media statement. So that is what my focus is. If there is any suggestion anywhere else in the opening statement that some of the protesters charged with firearms shooting at the police, that has nothing to do with what I'm focusing on. You understand that?
Ndiyabona siyavana ndithetha ngesehlakalo sesibini phaya. Qondo kokuba le ntetho wawuyiveza phaya okokuba baqhankqalazi beza bebaleka kumapolisa nawe uthetha ngeso sehlakalo. Andithethi ke ngenye into ezawuvela mva kwesi statement uba kwenzeka ntoni nantoni phi. Ndithetha ngesehlakalo esi sesibini.
You understand that?
Siyavana?
Yes, let's go.
Ewe.
Now let me take you to paragraph 45.5 at page 19 of the SUP's opening statement.
I think it might be sensible to begin on page 18. The heading D, scene 2, copy 3, in the middle of page 18, sets the scene, as it were, literally for what follows on page 9.
Thank you. That is very correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I take you to page 18 first, against the marginal letter capital D or uppercase D, there it says scene 2, copy 3. So that indicates that we are indeed dealing with scene 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Apha sijonge ku page 18 apho efunda khona umhlekazi scene 2, copy 3.
And then I take you to paragraph 45.5.
Siyake ku paragraph 45.
And do you see the part that says, the evidence will be that some of the 13 protesters who were shot and killed at copy 3 had charged at the police officers with dangerous sharp weapons and had been shot in self-defense. Do you see that?
Apha ku 45.5 apho ubungqina buzawuthi kwaba baqhankqalazi abayishumi nantathu abadutshulwa babulawa apho kwikopi yesithathu ngaba bebeza ngesantya esiphakeme kumapolisa baphethe izixhobo basebedutshulwa ngamapolisa ezikhusela kunjalo?
Yes, I see that.
Ndiyayibona loo ntetho.
And you see that, at least in this part of the opening statement, there is no reference to protesters who were charging and also firing shots at the police, at least not in this part. Do you see that?
Uyabona ke apha akukho lento yokokuba babeza ngesantya esiphakeme bedubula bejongise emapoliseni. Uyayibona ikho loo ntetho?
Maybe I read a different thing.
Mhlawumbe ndifunda into yohlukile kunalo iphethe apho.
Yes, tell me how you read it.
You were going to 45.5, am I right?
Yes.
Andithi ku 45.5 ewe.
And you read paragraph, is it the second sentence or the third sentence?
Right from the beginning, the evidence will be that some of the 13 protesters are all the way up to self-defense.
Sifunda apha ekuqaleni kwesi statement size sifike phaya kuthiwa self defense apho bezikhusela khona.
I'm not sure how 45.5 is different from this statement that I've given.
Show me where paragraph 45.5, National Commissioner, refers to protesters that stormed at the police, firing shots at them. Show me where paragraph 45.5 says so.
Ungandibonisa wena ke commissioner apha ku 45 apho usithi khona abaqhankqalazi bebedubula bejongise emapoliseni.
Perhaps it's a wording issue because what I read there, it says some of the 13 protesters who were shot and killed at copy 3 had charged at police officers with dangerous, sharp weapons and had been shot in self-defense.
But it doesn't say that they were firing shots, which is what you said in the penultimate sentence of the penultimate paragraph on page 2 of your statement.
Umgcini sihlalo ke uyamxelela uyambonisa okokuba apho ayikho le ntetho yokokuba bebephethe impu ababaqhankqalazi bedubula emapoliseni njengoba esishilo kwi-statement sakhe esesasivela kubapapashi bezindaba.
That may not be reflected, but I was focusing on the charging. So if the question is about that, if the question is about they charged with sharp weapons but no guns, it's a different story. If the focus is on the guns, the statement is not saying so.
Why do you say it may not have been reflected? It's either reflected or it isn't. Is it reflected or isn't it?
Ivelile na le ntetho ikane nayivelanga. Thethwa ngale ntetho yokudubula emapoliseni.
Judge, what's the question?
It may not have been reflected, and I said to you, why do you say it may not have been reflected? It was either reflected or it wasn't reflected. We have the words before. Was it reflected?
Perhaps let me walk back to say, how do I read these two paragraphs?
Before you say how you read the two paragraphs, it would be helpful if you answered the question that has been put to you. Then you can go back to the two paragraphs and give the explanation you wish to give.
The paragraph I've read talks about sharp weapons and dangerous sharp weapons. It didn't refer to guns.
You say it did not refer to guns.
45.5 refers to sharp weapons, and it didn't talk about guns.
45.5 uthetha ngezixhobo ezibukhali eziyingozi ayithethi ngemipu.
And for me, the operative words, and which I seek to emphasize, contained in your press statement, the penultimate sentence of the penultimate paragraph of page 2, firing shots at the police. Those are the operative words. They did not only storm or charge, but they stormed towards the police, and I emphasize firing shots. Those are the operative words. Now, what I'm saying to you is, show me in paragraph 45.5 where it's said that the people who charged at the police were firing shots. That's the emphasis, firing shots. Does paragraph 45.5 say any such thing?
I think you should give the witness a chance to read the whole paragraph to herself.
Yes.
Let me start with our paragraph in the statement.
Mandiqale ngeparagraph yethu esikwesi statement sethu
and then I will go to the opening statement.
kuthi ke emva koko bese ndiya kwi-statement esisokuvula.
I will start with, not with the penultimate paragraph, I'll start with the paragraph preceding that,
Ndizawufunda le paragraph elandela le uthetha ngayo
because the context, I think, is important for me to grasp what you're asking me.
ngoba inkcazelo izawuvela apho kule nto ndibuza yona.
When the police started deploying the barbed wire fencing, the group of protesters armed with dangerous weapons and firearms hastily flanked the vehicles deploying the wire.
Uthetha ngolo hlobo kokuba kuthe xa amapolisa etsala olucingo ezama ukuvala phaya isihlele esisabaqhankqalazi esasihlomile siphethe izixhobo eziyingozi nemipu sabe sesiza ke ngesantya siza apha kwinqwelo zamapolisa ezazivala.
They were met by members from the police who tried to riposte the advance with water cannon, tear gas, as well as stun grenades.
Bahlangabezwa ngamapolisa abezama ukuba abanqande apho ngokuthi kusetshenziswe i-water cannon ne-tear gas ne-stun grenades.
The attempt was unsuccessful, and the group and the police members had to employ force to protect themselves from the charging group.
Ayizange be impumelelo ke leyo nzame, azibange zibe impumelelo ezo nzame zamapolisa. Kwase kudingeka ukuba amaphoyisa asebenzise amandla ekuzameni ukuzivikela bona kwaba baqhankqalazi bebehlasela.
The dispersion action had commenced at this time, and the armed protesters were driven from their stronghold to a high bushy ground in the close vicinity.
Ngelo xesha kwasekuqaliwe ke okokuba bahlakazwe ababantu ababebahlomile base besuswa apho ngamapolisa kule ndawo bebekuyona bashona le ngase kwindawo enamahlahla phaya kwindawo ephakeme.
The police members encircled the area and attempted to force the protesters out by means of water cannons, rubber bullets, and stun grenades.
Abazungeza ke apho amapolisa ezama okokuba abahlakaze ngekusebenziswa kwe-water cannons, rubber bullets ne-stun grenades.
The militant group stormed towards the police, firing shots.
Suka aba baqhankqalaza bebehlomile beza ngesantya apha ngasemapoliseni bexhomile bedubula.
And wielding dangerous weapons.
Baphethe nezixhobo ezinobungozi.
Police retreated systematically
Amapolisa athi kubuyela emva
and
ngendlela
were forced to
ethize.
utilize maximum force to defend themselves.
Base bafumana ukuba banyanzelekile okokuba basebenzise izixhobo ezi zinobungozi ekuzikhuseleni.
45.5
Asiza apha ku-45.5
says the evidence will be that some of the 13 protesters who were shot and killed at Kopi 3 had charged at police officers with dangerous, sharp weapons and had been shot in self-defense.
apha ke ndithi ubungqina buzawuvela buzawuthi aba baqhankqalazi bangu-13 aba badutshulwa babulawa ngamapolisa phaya kwikopi 3 basuka ngesantya beza apha ngasemapoliseni baphethe izixhobo ezinobungozi. Amapolisa abesesebenzisa ke impu ekuzikhuseleni.
These are accounted for below.
Le ngxelo ke iyachazwa apha ezantsi.
Others could have been killed when police officers returned sharp fire, believing shots to have been fired from the bushes and services and crevices in the Kopi by protesters.
Abanye babo kungenzeka ukuba babulawa ngeli xesha amapolisa ekholela okokuba imbumbulu ezizivela apha ngakubo apha ngasemahlahleni naphansi kwe phaya phakathi kwamatshe zidutshula ngaba baqhankqalazi.
And when I read these paragraphs up to there, I see commonality in the two.
Andifunda ke ezintetho ezimbili le nale ndiyifundile ndibona zifanana incazelo ekhona.
That's my position.
Ndithi ke mna ndiyibona ngolo hlobo.
I go back to my last question before you started reading from the two documents, National Commissioner.
Ngizawubuyela kwimibuzo yami ke ngaphambi kokuba ufunde lezi documents ezimbili, Commissioner.
Please show me in paragraph 45.5 where it does not only say some protesters charged at the police, but it says they did so firing shots at the police. So they are charging or storming towards the police, but at the same time firing shots at them. Show me where it says so in paragraph 45.5.
Khawundibonise phaya ku 45.5 apho kuvela lengxelo kokuba babengezi nje ngesanja bephethe izixhobo ezi apho ithi khona lentetho babedubula bejongisa emapoliseni.
I read, others could have been killed when police officers returned sharp fire, believing shots to have been fired from the bushes and crevices in the copy by protesters.
Ndithi abanye babo kungenzeka ukuba basweleka ngeli xesha amapolisa ekholela okokuba ezimbumbulu zazijutshulwa zivela kubo abaqhankqalazi phaya kumahlahla naphaya kuvuleke khona ematyeni.
And where does that say that the protesters who might have been shot in that manner were charging at the police or storming towards the police? Where does that sentence say so? Where is the charging or the storming towards the police? If all that the sentence seems to say is that police believed that some protesters might have been firing from within the bushes and crevices, where is the charging or the storming? That is my question.
Xa usithi amapolisa edubula kwaba baqhankqalazi ekholelwa okokuba ezi zimbumbulu eziqhumayo zivela phaya kubo phakathi kwamatye nasemahlahleni phaya akukho apha uthi khona bebeza ngesantya kumapolisa ikhona loo nto ngandibonisa yona apha.
Paragraph 45 does say that.
45 uyayithetha loo nto.
Because it says the evidence will be that some of the 13 protesters who were shot had charged at police officers with dangerous weapons, and it continues into others. It's part of one thing.
Go paragraph 45.5 apho ndiqala khona ngokuba ubungqina buzawuthi aba baqhankqalazi abangu-13 badutshulwa besiza bebaleka apha ngasemapoliseni baphethe izixhobo xa bezawudutshulwa ngamapolisa iyaqhubeka ke emva kwalowo kube yinkcazelo eyodwa.
Surely, Commissioner, you can understand these two sentences better than that. The first one that does talk about charging says that those protesters charged with dangerous sharp weapons and had been shot in self-defense, and nowhere does it say that those protesters shot in that manner were firing shots. Do you accept that that is how it reads?
Uyavumelana nami okokuba ifundeka ngolo hlobo lento Commissioner okokuba le sentence ithi aba baqhankqalazi abadutshulwa phaya badutshulwa ngamapolisa ezikhusela babephethe izixhobo ezinobungozi akukho apho ithi khona babedubula bejongise emapoliseni.
I'm going to take you to the next sentence, Commissioner. Let's just deal with this one. Let's deal with this one. Do you accept that yes, it does talk about charging, the protesters charging, but it says they did so with dangerous sharp weapons and had been shot in self-defense, and it says nothing about them firing shots at the police? Do you accept that that is what that sentence says?
Uyamkela okokuba lo msho uthetha ngolo hlobo okokuba bona babeza ngesantya emapoliseni bephethe izixhobo ezinobungozi kodwa ke akukho apho ithetha khona ngokuba babedubule emapoliseni. Uyavuma ukuba lo sentence ithetha loo nto qha?
Yes, I continue to agree with that first sentence.
Ewe ndiyavumelana nombuzo kulo msho wokuqala.
Now you seem to suggest that the first and second sentence, the first and second sentences read together do say the same thing as what you said in your media statement. Now let us look at the second sentence.
Uthi ke apha xa ufunda le misho emibili yokuqala nowesibini ichaza le ntetho oye wayiveza phaya apho uye wapapasha khona kwezindaba.
I think it's the third sentence actually.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I could even take you to the third, but let's start with the second.
Second is just there. These are accounted for below. That's
I'm
the second
sorry.
sentence. The third
I'm sorry.
sentence begins,
Yes.
others could have
Yes.
been killed, which I think is the one you mean.
Yes. I guess I'm referring to the second sentence that the Commissioner has dealt with, but you are quite correct, Mr. Chairman. It's the third sentence of paragraph 45.5. Now let's deal with the third sentence of the opening statement, but which is the second sentence that you are relying on. And it reads, others could have been killed when police officers returned sharp fire, believing shots to have been fired from the bushes and crevices in the Kopi by protesters. Now my question is, does that talk about any protesters who were storming towards or charging at the police, firing shots? Does that sentence say anything of the sort?
Le sentence yesibili ke xa siyifunda ithi abanye ababulawa babulawa ngelixesha amapolisa eziphindisela edubula ekholelo kokuba lembumbulu ezidutshulayo zivela apha kumapolisa kukho apho uthetha khona le sentence lena ngokuthi babesiza emapoliseni ngesanja.
I've answered this and I've said I see those two sentences connected because others is a linking word.
Ndiyiphendulile lento xa ndithi abanye ligama nje elihlanganisa umusho lo wokuqala nowesibini.
You can't just link without showing us how the link comes about, Commissioner. You have agreed that the first sentence does not say so. Now,
kokuba umusho wokuqala uyithethi loo nto awukwazi ke ukuhlanganisa ngaphambi kokuba usibonze ukuba uyihlanganisa kanjani.
Now show me in the second sentence how exactly that link that you refer to arises. Where is it? Where is it said in the third sentence of paragraph 45.5? Where is it said that some protesters charged at or stormed towards the police, and then I emphasize, firing shots? Where does this say so? Where does this sentence say so?
Khawundibonise apho isitsho khona ke le sentence yesibini okokuba ababanye abadutshula babesiza kumapolisa ngesantya bedubula.
Show me the link.
Ngwanibonisa apho ihlanganisa khona le misho emibini.
My link remains the fact that that paragraph starts at the evidence. And the sentence you're referring to starts by saying others, which means it already talks to what has happened before. And that's how I read it. I may be reading it not the way you're reading it, but I read it as a connected paragraph.
Mhlawumbe asiyifundi ngendlela efana nayo. Apha ndikala khona ndisithi ubungqina obuzawuba khona buthi ndize ndithethe bese kuthi apho ndiyihlanganisa khona nayesibili ndithi abanye okubonisa kokuba ababanye ngaba bebana laba bokuqala.
Mr. Madlanga, perhaps it's appropriate to take the tea adjournment at this stage. Thereafter, the witness can deal with the fourth sentence and how it's linked to the third. After we resume after the tea adjournment, I'm going to call upon Mr. Malindi to make a statement in relation to a press statement issued by his clients yesterday.
Masithathe ixesha letiye ngoku kuzawuthi emva koko sichubeke uMalindi asichazele intetho evele emaphepheni.
Should I commit or should I go?
Commission is starting. Yes, so we start the commission, Masukmeni.
The commission resumes. Before I remind the National Commissioner she's still under oath, Mr. Malindi, I understand you wish to make a statement.
Kukho intetho afuna ukuyiveza umhlekazi Malindi.
The front row, are you happy to make it from where you are?
It will save us 5 minutes if I proceed from here. Otherwise,
well,
thank you, Chair. Chairperson, this morning I was in your chambers regarding 2 media statements made by my client, the South African Human Rights Commission.
Commissioner kusasa nje.
The one incident involves a radio interview which I have not had the opportunity to listen to.
Ezimbini ezivezwe i-clients zakhe i-human rights bapho bathethe khona ku-radio usengayifundisisi ke loyo.
The second incident is where the Human Rights Commission released a statement to the media on Friday, the 22nd of March.
Uthe ngomhla ka-22 kuMarch i-Human Rights Commission yaveza intetho ethize kumaphepha.
I confirm that a spokesperson of the Human Rights Commission released the statement on 22 March 2013.
Avuma ukuba le ntetho ye-22 March 2013 eyavezwa sisithethi se-Human Rights Commission.
The statement made comment on the evidence of Commissioner Phiyega.
Apho bebathetha khona ngobungqina obunikezwa nguCommissioner uPhiyega.
In relation to the statement of Warrant Officer Mayberg, which was presented to her for purposes of cross-examination.
Apho baveza khona la ntetho eyavezwa ngophoyisa
Warrant Officer Mayberg.
Warrant Officer Mayberg.
The statement goes further to comment on the quality of the Commissioner's evidence.
Aphinda bathethe ke nangobungqina bukaCommissioner okokuba busezingeni elinjani.
Upon receiving this statement yesterday afternoon,
I
advised my client as follows. By email. In regard to the SAHRC press release, client needs to be advised not to comment on the merits in these proceedings until they have been concluded.
Bayalelo kokuba maba mengenzi into ezinjengezo kokuba baveze intetho kumaphephandaba bapapashe izinto ezenzeka apha kule commission isengagqitha.
Innocuous comment on the facts such as dates of hearing, adjournments, and the actual evidence without commentary is permitted.
Ndathi kubo bangabhala kokuba ubungqina buye bavela bathini kuthethe ubani wathini ne date zokuthi ingena nini na nini commissioner okuvumelekile.
This morning I have attempted to get instructions in order to have this statement retracted.
Ndiye ndathi kusasa nje ndazama ukufumana imiyalelo kubo okokuba ndide ndirhoqise esi statement senziweyo.
I have not been successful, Chairperson.
Dekube ngoku andikayifumani ke loo ntetho.
I have spoken to Mr. Siminya.
Yendathetha nomhlekazi uSiminya.
And I propose, with your permission, Chairperson, that my client be admonished for its conduct.
Icela okokuba undincede commission okokuba abantu bameleyo ubazise ubolathe ngubatyityimisela umnwe ngalento abayenzileyo.
And to issue a general statement to all parties involved to desist from commenting on proceedings before they are concluded.
Keleleke nezinye iparty onke amaqela akhoyo apho kokuba makungabikho intetho ezizawuvezwa zipapashwe emaphepheni ngale commission isengeka.
I don't know why one has to admonish the other parties. No other parties have done that. But if it suggests they may follow your client's example, I suppose an admonition may be appropriate, but I'm not sure it's necessary at this stage. Would we please carry on?
Andibona kudingekile okokuba ndityimisele wonke umuntu umuno nabangakoni into. Xa beze yenza ke loo nto kulungile ukuba mabazi kwangokuba ifanele kanga kubenzeka into enjengaleyo.
Chairperson, I suggested an admonition to my clients and a warning to other parties, which is a general warning that gets given to parties involved in proceedings. But if it's synonymous to admonition, I will not request you to make that warning. And
if I admonish one party not to do this in future, then all the other parties have sufficient intelligence to realize that the same comments would apply to them. But it's not necessary to admonish them or warn them because they haven't done anything which calls for an admonition or warning.
Thank you.
What is more serious is you dealing with a possible retraction of the statement. You said you haven't been able to obtain instructions. Does that mean your clients refuse to withdraw the statement, or that you haven't had an opportunity to get instructions to withdraw it?
I have made contact with client, but the persons responsible have not been contacted directly, and I agreed with Mr. Siminya that as soon as I have those instructions, I will approach you similarly to indicate such instructions, Chairperson.
I think the way to do it is I'll give you till 9:30 tomorrow morning to get instructions regarding the possible retraction of the statement, which reflected very seriously and adversely on the credibility of a witness who's still under cross-examination, and accused her, as I read it, of committing perjury before this commission. Whether if she did or she didn't is a matter we will have to deal with at the end of the hearing in our report. But it's inappropriate for any party to make a statement to that effect while she's still before we've dealt with it in our report, and a fortiori while she's still under oath being cross-examined. In regard to the other matter, you say you haven't yet had an opportunity to listen to the radio interview. I understand a clip has been sent to you electronically, either has been or will be. So by tomorrow morning, 9:30, I expect you to deal with that as well. Mr. Semenya, is there anything you wish to say?
Sizakuyibeka lento kude kube ngomso kusasa ngo9:30 ukuba igqityezelwe xa aba obamele bangakenzi ingxelo okokuba iyarhoqisa lento bayithethileyo ngoba yinto embi gqitha apha benza khona eyabo imbono bade bathethe nokuthi ucommissioner osengaphansi kwemibuzo ngoko okokuba uxoke phansi kwesifungo thanda ukuba irhoqisa loo nto xa bangayenzanga kude kube ngomso kukho izinyathelo ezingahle zithathwe ezijonge kubo.
Chair, thank you. We will await the retraction and an explanation for why that infraction happened in the first place. This is the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. I may well feel called upon to make some general remarks tomorrow addressed to the people, to
Thank you,
the
Chairperson.
public in general, relating to the other matter which is dealt with in the radio interview, but that can stand over till tomorrow morning as well.
Thank you,
Le
Chairperson.
ntetho evele kwi-radio ke kuzawuthethwa ngayo ngomso ngoba usezawunikezwa ikopi yayo.
Mr. Madlanga, is there anything you wish to say at this stage?
Not on this subject and not at this stage, Mr. Chairman.
Mhlekazi uMadlanga uthi ngale ntetho akananto azakuyithetha kwangoku.
If anything, perhaps only tomorrow, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mhlawumbe ngomso uzaba nentetho azakuyiveza.
National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Madlanga,
Thank you,
please
Mr.
proceed
Chairman.
with your cross-examination.
General, let's go to the sentence that the chairman referred to just before the tea adjournment. That sentence reads, and it follows the third sentence that you were relying on or reading conjointly with the first sentence. It reads, the police officers are prepared to accept that they may have been responding to, open quote, friendly fire, close quote, believing it to be fire from the protesters.
Uthi apha uCommissioner kwisivakalisi sesithathu kwisentence yesithathu amapolisa kungenzeka okokuba adubula ecinga okokuba ngabaqhankqalazi abadubulayo kanti ngabanye babo.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Ndiyayibona loo nto.
And looking at that, together with the third sentence that you were relying on as support for the charging at or storming towards the police, do you still maintain that this paragraph, that is 45.5, supports the view held in your media statement or expressed in your media statement that a militant group stormed towards the police firing shots and was then shot at by the police?
Usasho nangokokuba usemi kulaa ntetho yakho yokokuba le mtetho oyithetha apha iyahambelana nale owayiveza emaphepheni apho wawupapasha khona okokuba amapolisa adubula ezikhusela emva kokuba usuveze le ntetho.
Yes, I still stand by that.
Ewe ndiloku ndimi apho.
Okay, let's deal with it step by step.
Masiyithathe ke kancinci kancinci.
I will not again read the first sentence. The second one says, these are accounted for below.
Ndizawufunda nje kusuka apho uthi khona aba inkcazelo yabo ila ezantsi.
You see that?
Yes.
Ndiyayibona.
And those being accounted for below being those that were shot in self-defense when they were charging at the police with dangerous weapons. You see that?
Aba kuthetha ngabo abanye ngaba badujulwa ngamapolisa xa besiza ngesantya emapoliseni baphethe izixhobo ezinobungozi.
That is in the first sentence.
Kusho kanjalo kwisivakalisi kwisentence leyo yokuqala.
I'm probably a bit lost because after that sentence, what I see is these are accounted for below. Others could have been. I don't know if I'm reading at the same place with you.
Andazi noma sifunda into eyodwa na ngoba ndithe aba abalandelayo abanye bazawuchazwa apha ezantsi andazi noma sithetha ngento eyodwa na.
I'm trying to clarify to you, based on my understanding of the opening statement, what the word these is referring to.
Xa ndifunda umsholo wokuqala isentence isivakalisi sokuqala uthi aba bachazwa ngasezantsi ngabaphi abo.
The word these obviously refers back to the sentence immediately preceding the word these. Do you accept that?
Xa uthi aba uthetha ngaba bantu usuthethe ngabo.
I think I'm confused because I thought, maybe it's the interpretation that confuses me. Maybe if you lead me again to tell me what you are asking. Are you saying, just maybe explain it again, you lose me.
Xa ungachaza futhi mhlawumbe xa kutolika ndimamela kumbe sendithi ukuphambana xa ungayiphinda futhi lento ondibuza yona.
I was trying to avoid reading something that we have read over and over again, but maybe I need to do that then, General.
Let's do so.
Mandiyifunde futhi ngoba lento sike sayifunda phambilini.
Paragraph 45.5 starts by saying the evidence will be that some of the 13 protesters who were shot and killed at Kopi 3 had charged at police officers with dangerous sharp weapons and had been shot in self-defense.
Sisho kanjalo ke sivakaliswe sithi ubungqina buzawuthi aba baqhankqalazi balishumi nantathu abadutshulwa ngamapolisa kwikopi yesithathu ngaba besiza ngesantya kumapolisa bephethe izixhobo ezibungozi badutshulwa ngamapolisa abo ezikhusela.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Yayibona lo.
The very next sentence reads, these are accounted for below.
Msho olandelayo ke isivakalisa sithi aba bachazwa apha ezantsi.
Yes.
Ewe.
And when you got confused by my question, I was saying the word these, that is at the beginning of the second sentence, is an obvious reference to the protesters who had charged at police officers with dangerous sharp weapons and had been shot in self-defense. Do you accept that?
Xa ndithatha eligama ke elithi aba lithetha ngaba bantu esesithethe abo ngapha ngaphezulu okokuba badutshulwa besiza ngesantya emapoliseni.
Yes.
Ewe.
And now, Commissioner, to avoid confusion, and I understand that you are reading the two sentences conjointly to arrive at your conclusion, but just so as to go step by step and for me to understand you, do you accept that in that first sentence that I have read again, nothing says that the protesters who charged at the police with dangerous sharp weapons were firing shots at the police? Do you accept that in the first sentence? Not talking about other sentences in the paragraph. In that sentence, nothing refers to the protesters themselves firing shots. Do you accept that?
Uyamkela into yokuba kule sentence leyo yokuqala sivakalise sokuqala akukho apho uthetha khona ngokuba aba baqhankqalazi besiza ngesantya emapoliseni baye basebenzisa impu ebebadubula ngayo emapoliseni yayo. Amkela ukuba ayikho loo ntetho.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now let us go to the third sentence.
Masiye kwesi sesithathu.
That sentence starts with the word others. You see that?
I do.
Uyabona apha isithi khona abanye.
And I read that to distinguish these protesters that the third sentence is going to talk about, to distinguish them from those that are referred to in the first sentence. Do you accept that?
Ifunda eligama ke ukwenza umahluko phakathi kwaba nabanye xa othi aba othetha ngabo kwisivakaliso sokuqala na aba osuthetha ngabo kwesi sesibili.
I understand.
Ndiyayivisa loo ntetho.
Do you accept?
Yayamkela.
I do say I understand because you started off by saying I read it as a co-joint statement, and this is why I use understand.
Ndithi ndiyayivisisa le nto njengoba usutshilo nawo okokuba ndizifunda ngokuzihlanganisa ezi zinto zibhalwe apha.
I want to make sure that you agree with me. If you don't, I would prefer for you to say that you do not agree with me. Now, what I'm saying is, the first sentence mentions a specific category of protesters and says they were shot in self-defense. And the second sentence, obviously, as you accept, refers back to those same protesters. It says these are accounted for below. And then the third sentence says others. And I say, by the use of others, that sentence cannot possibly, even by the most benevolent reading, it cannot possibly still be referring to the same protesters that are referred to in the first and second sentences. Do you accept that?
Yayamkela ke le ntetho ndiyibekayo okokuba xa sifunda isivakaliso sokuqala sithetha ngabantu abathize okwenzeka isehlakalo sithize ngabo. Nalapho uthi ke khona aba bazawuchazwa apha ezantsi uthetha ngabo. Kodwa xa sesifika ke kwesivakalisi esithi abanye usuthetha ngabanye abantu apha.
I have answered this question, and
Yeah,
I have
uphendule.
said I read this paragraph as one flowing whatever. It's just a qualification.
Right, may I intervene and ask a
Ndithe
question?
ndifunda le nto
Related to what you're
njengesohlakalo
asking about,
sodwa.
it may shorten proceedings a bit, I hope. You will see that 45.5 first sentence talks about 13 protesters. Evidence will be that some of the 13 protesters who were shot had charged and had been shot in self-defense. Then it goes on, these are accounted for below. And then you look at 45.6, you'll see there's reference to 13 bodies. And when you look at 45.8, you will see that there are a number of subparagraphs, 45.8.1, going all the way through to 45.8.5. Now, if you go through paragraphs 45.8.1 to 45.8.5, you will see they deal with 13 bodies, where they were found and so forth. So, quite clearly, when the second sentence of paragraph 45.5 says these are accounted for below, that's a reference to what one can call the accounting of, in respect of the 13 bodies, in paragraphs 45.8.1 through to 45.8.5. Would you accept that that's correct?
Uthi umgcinisihlalo xa efunda yena lento apha ku 45.5 apha kuthethwa khona ngabantu abangu 13 bese kuthiwa aba bantu bachazwe apha ezantsi kuya njengoba
I've counted them,
siyo
but if you want to check my counting, you can gather again.
apho kukho khona izibalo zaba bantu ukuba bafunyanwa phi naphi.
Judge, I will trust your accounting, and then on the basis of that, take the next question.
The next question is not accounting, it's counting. The next question is, the third sentence of 45.5, others could have been killed, clearly relates to persons other than the 13 who are accounted for below, i.e. in 45.8.1 through to 45.8.5.
Sifunda ke apha ku 45.5 apho uqala khona ngokuthi abanye kungenzeba okokuba babulawa ngezinye izindlela njengoba kuzawuchazwa awuthethi ngale 13 obesiyichazile apha ngaphezulu.
In the first sentence, Mr. Chairman, if perhaps, Mr. Chairman, if you agree, if you could tweak your question to cover what I'm going to suggest. It's some.
I never believe in tweaking questions.
It's some of the 13, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Some of the 13.
But then there are 13 bodies, and the 13 are all dealt with. I see.
It's some of the 13 that charged
Yes.
and were killed in self-defense. So it's not all 13.
I see. All right.
And that these refers to some, not all 13, Mr. Chairman.
It gets even more complicated.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi uMadlanga okokuba abanye babo bale 13 ekuthethwa ngayo eyafumanwa iswelekile phaya hayi bonke.
I think it gets even more complicated when I listen to what the judge have said and the tweaking that you're putting in. And I'd like to say, my simple answer is that when I read the statement, I read it as a co-joint process.
Lento iya ngokuxaka ngokunjengoba niyibeka ngokwahlukana nje wena nejudge kodwa ke mina ndithe ndifunde lento ngokuyihlanganisa yonke ingxelo ekhona apha.
Mr. General, how can you read the word others that introduces the third sentence to be still a reference to some of the 13 referred to in the first sentence, and that these in the second sentence that obviously refers to some of the 13 contained in the first sentence? How can you read the others to still refer to the same people?
Uthakayiva kakuhle lento umhlekazi uMadlanga ngoba ugeneral apha uthetha ngabantu abangu 13 abasweleka abese ethi aba bantu bazawuchazwa apha ezantsi esisho le 13 bese kuthi isivakalisi sesilandelayo ke athi abanye uthetha ngoku ngabantu abohlukile kule 13 esesithethe ngayo ichaza kanjani lo ntetho?
Perhaps you are not accepting my answer, but I still say I look this as a common process.
Ijonga lento ke mna njengenkcazelo nje sehlakalo esinye.
Well, Commissioner, may I ask you a question on the same point, to see if I can get clarity in my own mind? The first part of 45.5 talks about people who were shot in self-defense.
Yes.
The second part, as I read it, deals with persons who weren't shot in self-defense, but who the police believed they had shot in self-defense. See? Others could have been killed when the police officers returned sharp fire, believing shots to be fired from the bushes and crevices by the protesters. Then it goes on. The police officers are prepared to accept that they may have been responding to, quote, friendly fire, unquote, believing it to be fire from the protesters. Without forensic evidence, we're unable to give an unqualified account. So what that says is this. Some people were shot in self-defense. Other people were shot by police who say they may not have actually been acting in self-defense. They may have believed they were acting in self-defense because they may have believed the protesters were shooting at them, but they now are prepared to accept that they may have been mistaken because the shots which they thought came from the protesters may have come from what is described as friendly fire. So, in other words, what they're saying is, look, some people, definitely self-defense. Other people, maybe not self-defense. Because we're prepared to accept that we thought we were defending ourselves, but because they were firing at us. We now accept we may have been wrong, because the shots that we thought were coming from them may have been friendly fire fired by policemen from the other side of the hill. That seems to be what the statement says. Would you agree with that? And it depends, obviously, on the forensic evidence. Subject to the forensic evidence, they say we can't say categorically, in the case of these others, that they were definitely shot in self-defense, because it may not have been self-defense, it may have been based on a mistaken belief that they were shooting. Is that must be right, surely? That's what it says.
Judge, yes, the maybe is very critical, because that last sentence actually says, without forensic evidence, we are unable to give an unqualified account explaining some of these persons. So the may is very operative in that sentence. I
understand. In other words, the point is this. Your statement contained on this part effectively two averments, what I call A and B. A was the people had sharp weapons. B was all of them, because the statement is without exception. B is they fired shots. What now appears is your statement requires revision, at least in respect to the others, because the maybe comes in. So what one now has to say is A plus B maybe, if you understand what I mean. So the point that I think counsel is making, and if I'm wrong he will, as he's shown previously, not hesitate to correct me. The point I think counsel is making is this, that when you said you stood by the whole of your statement, you should actually have said, the statement was what I believed at the time, but in the light of what the police now say, about what I call the B maybe, it may be subject to revision, because some of the people may not actually be shot in self-defense. They may have been shot by police who thought they were acting in self-defense, but were misled by what amounted to friendly fire. Is that your point, Mr. Madlanga?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
How do you answer that?
Umchazi umhlali ngaphambili echaza kokuba ezi zintetho zihluke kanjani. Apha ugeneral uthethe ngabantu abadutshula babulawa ngamapolisa ezikhusela. Abesethi apha ekugcineni abazawuchazwa apha ngasezantsi uthetha ngalabo batathethe ngapha abesathi kukho abanye abadutshulwa ngamapolisa. Uyachaza ugeneral apho kokuba badutshulwa ngamapolisa ngelo xesha ubekholelo kokuba ebezikhusela, kodwa ke kungenzeka kokuba amapolisa akholela okokuba le mimpu yayiqhuma phaya kwakungaba bantu badubulayo, kanti benze iphutha lokuba kudubula abanye babo amapolisa babadubula ngasemva kwentaba. Uthi ke ngaphandle kokuba kukho ubungqina obuvela phaya kwabezolapho kwi-forensic, abanawutsho ukuba abantu bafa ngeyiphi indlela.
Chair, can we make two statements? The one is, to the extent that there may be contradictions between the two, our submission is that that contradiction is better explained by...
No, but hang on a second. Aren't you busy answering the question for the witness?
No, I'm not.
You can make your submissions later, but surely, unless the question is unfair or misleading, then the witness, Mr. Madlanga, is entitled to have an answer to it. And in fact, it might even be better for your client to be able to give an answer without having had the benefit of hearing what you're going to submit later, because it might add force and credibility to what she says.
Indeed, Chair, the second part of the statement we propose to make is that the paragraph is not strictly, as my learned colleague is putting it, which renders it unfair. Clearly, the ordinary reading, which is a plausible interpretation of that, is that the others does not relate to people other than the sum of the 13th. If we know, as we do, that there were 16 people who were killed, it says some of those 13 would have been killed in self-defense, but some of those 13 may have been killed in putative self-defense. That interpretation is competent on paragraph 45.3. Now, to disaggregate them and say the 13 is put one side and the others is the other is, with respect, misleading.
I don't agree with that objection, and I overrule it, and the witness may now answer the question put.
Okokuba le nkcazelo ke mayithathwe ngalendlela ayibeka ngayo okokuba abantu abasweleka abo bangu-16 apha kuthethwa ngabantu abangu-13 apha kuthiwa abanye kungenzeka ukuba kuthethwa ngabanye balowo 13.
I think after all this trajectory, I would ask you to state your question again.
Ngaphinda unibuze umbuzo emva kwayo yonke le ntetho ibikhona apha.
That's a fair request, Mr. Madlanga.
It was your question, Mr. Chairman.
I put was intended to be a statement of what
No,
if it was something new,
I understand.
I apologize. If you don't want to put any new bits, then
I understand, Mr. Chairman. I understand. General, let me just read the third sentence all the way down to just before without forensic evidence. I will read that sentence and the ones that follow up to that point. Others could have been killed when police officers returned sharp fire, believing shots to have been fired from the bushes and crevices in the Kopi by protesters. The police officers are prepared to accept that they may have been responding to quote, friendly fire, close quote, believing it to be fire from the protesters. And I stop there. You see that?
Ndizawuma apha ndiyifunda kona ngolu hlobo uthi uyibeka ngolu hlobo kokuba amapolisa anthi adubula ephindisela kwimbumbulu ezaziqhuma bekholelwa okokuba ngabaqhankqalazi abadubulayo kodwa kungenzeka apha okokuba kwangase baqhankqalazi abadubulayo amanye amapolisa awokwabo.
The first sentence of the paragraph makes the categorical point that the people who were shot in self-defense were charging at the police with dangerous, sharp weapons. Do you see that?
Umbuzo isivakaliso sokuqala sona sibeka kuvakale okokuba aba bantu abadutshula babesiza ngesantya emapoliseni baphethe izixhobo ezibukhali ezibungozi.
Yes, I do see that.
Ndiyayibona loo nto.
Whereas on my reading of it, or rather on my reading of them, the third and fourth sentences say that the other lot of protesters were or may well have been shot at by mistake. That's the essence of it. The others may well have been shot by mistake when the police returned fire that they believed to be coming from the bushes and crevices, whereas it may well be that that fire was fire by other police, which is what they refer to by this friendly fire. Do you accept that?
Uyayamkela ke intetho kuba xa ufunda le ntetho apha ichaza ukuthi aba banye abaqhankqalazi abadutshula kungenzeka ukuba badutshula ngempazamo amapolisa ephazama ngokuva imipu ngokuva imbumbulu acinga okokuba ngaba baqhankqalazi badubulayo.
I accept that with the highlighted may and the last sentence that actually said we were not able to cast judgment when this statement was made.
Ndiyayivuma loo nto kodwa ke manditsho okokuba njengoba ndichaza apha okokuba asikwazi ukusho ngoku.
Even if one tries to put it at its lowest by using the word may, it is still a far cry from the categorical point made in the first sentence, which is that protesters charging at the police were charging at the police with dangerous, sharp weapons, were shot in self-defense. Saying that protesters may well have been shot by mistake is totally different from saying that they were charging at police with dangerous weapons and were shot in self-defense. Those are two different statements, not so?
Andithi zintetho ezimbini ezohlukile ke ezi general apho usithi khona badutshulwa aba bantu ngamapolisa beza ngesantya bephethe izixhobo ezinobungozi amapolisa adubula ezikhusela xa usuthi ke kungenzeka okokuba abanye badutshula ngempazamo le yokukholela okokuba le mbumbulu zazivela kumapolisa zintetho ezimbini ezohlukile ezo.
I continue to disagree.
Andivumelani nawe nangoku.
Mr. Madlanga, I think you've taken this point as far as you can go. Your point is clearly put, I think. Her reply is clearly put. It's for us, perhaps later, after having had the benefit of the argument Mrs. Semenya promises to give us, to decide whether this is a good point or a bad point. Isn't that so? I don't know you can take it any further by questioning, or she can take her answer any further by further replies. But I think we should move on unless you
Thank you. I'll move on, Mr. Chairman. We will argue in the end that the witness was obviously being evasive on this point. I'm now proceeding to do what I said I would do, which is to demonstrate to you that those that the opening statement says in the second sentence are accounted for. That is, those who charged at the police with dangerous weapons, charged only with dangerous weapons and not with firearms that were being fired at the police.
Dibeka kuwe kokuba apha ekuqaleni uthi aba badutshulwa ngamapolisa besiza ngesantya ko babaphethe nje izixhobo ezinobungozi bangaphathanga mipu abebeyijongise bedubula ngayo kumapolisa.
I take you to paragraph 45.8.1 of the opening statement.
Masiye ku 45.8.1.
And that paragraph refers to a group that charged with pangas, spears, and knob carries. Take your time and read. And it does not refer to that group charging with firearms, it does not mention firearms, let alone firearms being fired at the police. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Ndiyayibona apha kuthiwa khona aba le group lena yayiphethe iphanga iphethe imikhonto iphethe nezagweba akuthethwa apha ngemipu ebabeyiphethe. Ewe ndiyayibona.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm going to be mentioning the names of some of the deceased, not showing any pictures. I do not think that warrants a warning, but perhaps for what it's worth, the warning may be given.
Some of the persons who were killed at scene 2 are going to be mentioned by name. If there are family members or loved ones of persons who were killed at scene 2, who feel that even hearing their names being mentioned in the context of their being killed will cause them distress. I ask that what I say is interpreted into isiXhosa, and that the cross-examination should only proceed with the naming of these people 2 minutes after what I've said has been interpreted.
Kuzawuthi ke apha umhlekazi abize ababantu abasweleka kwisehlakalo sesibili abaveze ngamagama akomfanekiso ezawubonakala apha. Kodwa ke uthi umgcini sihlalo xa kukho abantu apha mhlawumbe izihlobo nezilamane ezizawuva ubuhlungu ngokuva amabizo abo, sicela okokuba bathi ukushenxa kancinci. Hona le batho ba tla bitswa ka mabitso mana mona ba ba hlokafetseng ketsagalong ya bobedi ha gona le ditshwantsho tsa tlhaiswa mona ore modulasetulo ha ile gore go bitswa kapa o hlaisa ha le bitso la motho eo o tla bohloko ka yona, kopa gore ka mora metsutsonyana e mebedi o re o tswela ka montle hanyane fitela re qeta.
Mr. Chairman, even though the 2 minutes may not be up, it doesn't look like there's any movement. Shouldn't I continue, perhaps?
Yes, that you continue, yes.
Motlatsela pele mongadi Madlanga uzoqhubeka umhlekazi ngoba sibona hayi akho umuntu osukumayo.
General, according to the opening statement, same paragraph 45.8.1, Mr. Anele Mdizeni and Mr. Thabo Telejane, whose bodies are respectively referred to as A and B, were part of this group. That is the group that is said to have charged with pangas, spears, and knob carries.
Uveza apha umhlekazi okokuba amabizo abantu ababili uAnele Mdizeni nomnye utata uThelejane bangaba bantu abavela kwaba basweleka kule sehlakalo.
You see that, of course, the only mention of A and B is made, not the two names that I've given.
Apha babizwa ngo A no B, abavezwa ngamagama awa ndiwavezile.
Yes, I do see that.
Ewe ndiyayibona lona.
And both of them were shot dead. You see that as well.
Uyabonakala apha uyayibona lento kuba bobabini babulawa ngokudutshulwa.
Yes.
Ewe basweleka ngokudutshulwa.
Mr. Tobile Mpumza, whose body was subsequently marked C, is referred to in paragraph 45.8.2. And he is said to have come out running towards the police, armed with a spear and knob carry. Again, no mention of a firearm, and that he lunged at a police officer with the spear. Do you see that? Take time to read.
Ngicela kokuba uthathe ixesha lakho ifunde lento apha ke kuthethwa ngomzimba kamuntu okuthiwa nguC lona nguThobile Mpumza. Kuthiwa apha ke yena weza ebaleka ephuma emva kwamatye phaya eza emapoliseni ephethe isixhobo engaphathanga mpu wadutshula naye ephethe umkhonto nentonga.
And he too was shot dead.
Naye ke wasweleka ngako ukudutshulwa ngamapolisa.
Yes.
Ewe.
In paragraph 45.8.4, the opening statement says that Mr. Makhosandile Mkhonjwa, whose body was subsequently marked N, was part of a group that came from inside the kopje to the edge of the kopje, armed with spears, pangas, knob carries. Again, no mention of firearms, let alone firearms that were being fired at the police. Do you see that?
Apha xa sijonga ku 45.8.4 umzimba kaMakhonjwa bhalwe u-N apha kwelinye iqela elavela nalo phakathi kwekopi lena lisiza emapoliseni licula liphethe iphanga nemikhonto nezagweba kwaba ngomnye waba badutshula akuthethwa ke apho kokuba wayephethe umpu nokokuba kho umpu owawujongiswe emapoliseni udutshula kunjalo.
I see that.
Ndiyayibona loo nto.
Mr. Mkonjwa and another person from the group charged towards the police who killed Mr. Mkonjwa and injured the other person. Do you see that?
Kuthiwa umkhonjwa ke nomnye wayehamba naye beza bebe ngesantya kumapolisa kwadutshulwa kwasweleka lo umkhonjwa konzakala lo mnye wayenaye. Uyayibona loo nto?
I'm trying to
Mr. Mkonjwa is the N, the letter N referred to.
You lost me because you didn't name the N. I see that.
Uyayibona?
In paragraph 45.8.5, the opening statement says, Mr. Nkosinati Khalabile, whose body was subsequently marked O, was among a group that was inside the copy, armed with pangas, spears, and knob carriers. Do you see that?
Uyayibona apha ethi omnye u-O lona ke ngumhlekazi uKhalabile kuthiwa wayenkweli qela laliphakathi kwentatshana lena ikopi babexhobe nabo ngephanga nemikhonto nezagweba.
You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Ndiyayibona.
The opening statement does, of course, say that the group in which Mr. O was in the vicinity from where gunshots were fired at police officers who were walking into the copy. The police returned fire in the direction from which the gunfire came. And it goes on and says, a person charged at the police who were in the copy in the vicinity of O, and the police shot at the person. You see that?
Ithi ke apha kule ndawo apho kwakhona uXhalabile beva imbumbulu zivela kwelo cala amapolisa adubula ijongise kuloo ndawo kwabese kudutshulwa ke lo mntu.
Yes, I see that.
Ndiyayibona loo nto.
Crucially, do you notice that the opening sentence does not say that as Mr. Khalabile was charging towards the police, he was firing shots at them? Do you see that? No such allegation is made.
Uyayibona ke le ntetho ebhalwe apha ukuba ayithethi ngento yokokuba uXhalabile ngeli xesha eza ngesanja emapoliseni wayephethe umpu. Akukho apha ithetha khona ngolo hlobo.
I do see that, but in this, you have also alluded to a statement there where you were saying the person is in the vicinity from where gunshots were fired at police.
Ewe ndiyayibona loo nto kodwa uye waveza okokuba kwelo cala kwabakho umpu owawudubula ujongise ngasemapoliseni kwevakala imbumbulu.
No, I'm satisfied with the part where you accept that the statement does not say he charged at the police firing shots at them. I'll take you to the next point.
Ndiyayamkela loo nto kokuba uyayivuma into yokokuba akukho apha kubhalwe khona okokuba wayephethe umpu xa eseze emapoliseni.
Nor does the opening statement say that as he charged at the police, he was part of a group that was firing shots at the police.
Isisho ke nestatement okokuba wayeliqela labantu ababesiza ngesanje emapoliseni bedubula.
And as they fired those shots, they were also charging at the police. So one, not a group firing shots and crucially charging at the police. The group, not just him. Do you see that?
Asithethe statement okokuba elo qela noma leyo group yayisiza ngesanja emapoliseni kukho odubulayo kuyo ejongise apha ngasemapoliseni. Yayibona yikho intetho njengaleyo.
Can we make the objection again on grounds of fairness? Both the opening statement as well as the media statement, are statements informed by a whole host of evidence. And if the inquiry is whether there was this group or not, may I refer the witness properly to the statement of Mudiba, which we all have, where both the charging and the firing happens. So to take the two documents as though they are a conclusive total picture of what happened is unfair to the witness with respect.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi uSiminya kokuba masingajongi statement esisodwa apha masijonge yonke lento njengoba
statement of Colonel Mudiba of the NIU.
Ko statement sika Mudiba ase NIU ochaza kabanzi kokuba kwakwenzeka ntoni nantoni.
Mr. Madlanga, you've heard what Mr. Semenya says. What reply do you have?
Which paragraph did my learned friend say?
Paragraph 7 of the statement of Colonel Mudiba.
Colonel Mudiba, paragraph 7 with statement sakhe apho ayichaza khona kabanzi lento.
I think I'm correct in saying that statement, although it is part of the SAP's hard drive, is not an exhibit. So I haven't seen it. But Mr. Madlanga is in possession of a copy, and so he'll be able to respond to what you said.
Umhlekazi uMadlanga usiphethe eso statement noma singakavezwa apha njengobungqini statement sika Mudiba. Kodwa unaso umhlekazi uMadlanga mhlawumbe uzawufunda phaya kuso.
May the commissioners please just give me a bit of time?
Cela nje ukuba iCommissioner yethu kumnika nje ixeshanyana ukuba ijongisise kakuhle lento.
Have you looked at 7? At this one. No. This is general. It's talking about a group that was proceeding towards them.
Someone's phone has got a what's it called? A call tone which we can hear, a ringtone, which I think that the cell phone should be turned off because it interrupts the proceedings.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, may I just ask for a few minutes adjournment? We're having a debate that's not coming to an end. I hope it will not be long at all.
The Commission will...
kunesicelo sokuba mazivale ifoni sivale ifoni yalo muntu pha ibetha iculo njengathi lasecaweni liyaphazamisa noko.
The Commission will adjourn for more than a moment, for some time. As soon as you are in a position to continue, please let us know and we'll come back.
Uza kuzazisa umhlakazi uMadlanga uma eseqibile. Masisukumeni. The commission is commencing. Masukumeni.
Understand you're ready to continue, is that correct? You're still under oath, National Commissioner, Mr. Midlanga?
Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the indulgence. Perhaps it's fair to the National Commissioner to read the paragraph that my learned friend Mr. Semenya referred to, which is paragraph 7 of the statement of Mr. Kaiser Tlo Mudiba.
Statement is got Tlo Mudiba.
I gather he's a member of the police service.
Yes.
So what's his rank?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Thank you.
And he's a member of the NIU, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner does not seem to have this statement.
I'll just read the whole of it.
I haven't got it either, but I'll listen and she can listen too.
Yes. This paragraph reads, Commissioner, I immediately directed the members of National Intervention Units to move to the mountains, in brackets Scene 2, in order to have them swept. Upon approaching at the mountains, there were warriors that came from hiding behind the rocks, armed with pangas, assegais, knob carries, axes, and spears at a distance of about 12 meters, charging at us. I therefore shouted at them by saying, "Stop, stop," while firing warning shots from my pistol number PX1722E into the ground. At that time, there were shots fired from the group towards our teams. Some of the members discharged their firearms with an effort to defend themselves.
Fundeka kanjalo ke statement sika Lieutenant Colonel Tlo Mudiba othi wathumela amapolisa lawe NIU phaya entabeni kokuba ayo khupha ababantu apha babezimele khona. Uthi bathe xa besiza apho ke kwaphuma isihlwele phaya siphethe zonke izixhobo ezinobungozi iphanga, mikhonto, incula nezinye izinto, abanye bephethe imbuke. Uthi wathi xa besiza apha ngakubo ngesantya esiphakeme wathi yena stop edubula kodwa ejongise umpu wakhe phansi ipistile encinci wabona kukho aba bantu bedubula apha ngasemapoliseni amapolisa besedubula ke kubo ezikhusele.
You see that, or rather you heard that.
I heard
that. Ewe.
Prior to today, you were not aware of this statement and the content of paragraph 7 that I've just read.
Ubungayazi ke lentetho kude kube namhlanje iparagraph 7 lebendiyifunda apha.
Can you ask your question again?
Awungabuza lo mbuzo futhi?
Prior to today, you were not aware of the existence of the statement of Colonel Mudiba, and in particular paragraph 7 which I read to you.
Phambi kokuba unikeze ubungqina apha ubungayazi lentetho ebendikufundela wena ngoku evela ku paragraph 7 we statement sika Lieutenant Colonel Mudiba.
The statement of Colonel Mudiba and some of the issues that you are raising, I was aware of.
Wezinye izinto uthetha ngazo ne statement sika Mudiba bendinolwazi ngazo.
Does that mean you read this statement itself?
Uthetha ukuba wasifunda esi statement wena ngokwakho?
I'm not asking you about the issues that the statement addresses. Do you mean you read the statement yourself prior to today?
Andibuzi ezi zinto athetha ngazo apha ndibuza ukuba i-statement sakhe nje ubuke wasifunda phambi kokuba kube namhla.
I have not read the statement of Mudiba.
Andizange ndifunde i-statement sika Mudiba.
Next question, were you aware of its existence? Not the issues that it addresses, the existence of this statement.
Ubusazi okokuba kukho i-statement esinjengesi andibuze kokuba intetho ephakathi ubuyazi nobusazi ukuba sikhona i-statement esenziwe nguMudiba.
I'm aware that he's a commander and that he would have taken a statement.
Ndiyazi okokuba ngomnye wee-commanders nokuthi bekunyanzelekile ukuba asenze i-statement.
But you were not aware that he had in fact made a statement and in it made the allegations that he makes.
ubungasazi kokuba wasenza eso statement nokuba le ntetho evela kwi-statement sakhe ikhona apho.
I'm aware of the issues that are being raised in that statement.
Izinto athetha ngazo apho ndinolwazi ngazo.
Let me move on to the address you made to the police. Ed?
Before we do that, are you going to deal with 45.8.3? Anything further about that? Because if you're not, I'm going to ask a question.
45.8.3 xa ungenambuzo ithi mna ndibuze imbuzo.
No, please do, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. The last sentence of paragraph 45.8.3 it may well be relevant in the context we're busy with. It refers to 8 of the protesters who were killed at the copy. That's at the small copy. And the last sentence reads that the evidence may reveal that the response of some police officers may have been disproportionate to the danger they faced from the group of more than 200 armed protesters. Now that means that they may not be able to rely on the defense of self-defense or private defense if their response was disproportionate to the danger they faced. So in the opening statement, Mr. Semenya, on behalf of the police, concedes that the evidence may reveal that in the case of some of the police officers who killed protesters, their conduct was not proportionate to the danger they faced, and therefore they would not be entitled to rely on the defense of private defense. You see that?
Uyayibona lento apha ku 45.8.3 kuthetha ngabantu abasisi.
Isn't that
abasweleka phaya kuthiwa apha ubungqina buzawuvezwa kokuba amandla labasebenzisa ngamapolisa ababathi bazikhusela khona kwakungekho noko isidingo sokuba basebenzise amandla angangalawo ekuzikhuseleni kwaba baqhankqalazi abebengu 200 ababephethe izixhobo.
Now that reads as if the police attitude is that in the case of some at least of the people who are listed in 45.8.3, their killing may not be able to be justified on the grounds of self-defense or private defense. Depending again on the ballistic reports which are referred to in the previous sentence.
Xa sizawujonga ii-reports ezivela kwi-ballistic zizawukhombisa zizawubonisa okokuba aba banye baba baqhankqalazi ababulawa apha babulawa kungekho sizathu sokuba amapolisa bezikhusela kubo.
Now, if that's so, that the police may not be able to rely, in the case of some of the deaths, on the defense of self-defense or private defense, doesn't that mean that at least to that extent, the statement that you made, that you stand by the media statement you made on the 17th, may have to be qualified in the light of this partial concession contained in the sentence that I've read from 45.8.3.
Asifunda ke esivakaliso esichaza okokuba nokonyani kwakungekho sizathu sokokuba adubule abulale amapolisa ngapha ngoba kungekho sidingo sokuba bazikhusele. Usatsho nangoku okokuba umile kulaa ntetho yakho wawuyiveze emapoliseni akukho okokuba kufanele okokuba ilungiswe apho leyo ntetho.
Judge, my answer is that the statement that I gave on the 20th, subject to 45.5, without forensic evidence, were unable to give an unqualified account explaining the death of some of the persons. I do believe that through the process of this hearing, that evidence will be given. And at that point, I'm sure we then may have to revisit my original statement. But at this point in time, I'm saying I'm standing to, on that statement because I do not see that qualification and that issue that answers that question under 45.5.
Uthi uCommissioner uthi uGeneral kude kube ngoku ke xa ndifunda zonke ezi zinto andiboni apho kufanele ndishenxe khona ndisemi kulwa ntetho ndiyethemba okokuba xa kuvela ke ubungqina kuya apha kungahle kube khona isidingo sokokuba siye siyiphendule loo ntetho xa sekuvele obobungqina obuyichazayo loo nto.
General, may I ask to refer you to the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Chestin Gaffley. I'll give you a copy.
Ndiza kunika i-copy.
Become an exhibit.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and copies
that will be triple F10.
Statement sika Lieutenant Colonel Gaffley.
Copies for us.
Yes, copies will be provided to the commissioners.
Uzokwenza i-copy ezizawunikezwa i-commission.
For context, I will read a few paragraphs, in particular to indicate that the Lieutenant Colonel is referring to scene 2. I'll start at paragraph 10.
Ndizawuzama ukubonisa apho kokuba uLieutenant Colonel lona uthetha ngesahlakalo phaya senzo sesibini.
Or perhaps let me start at 9, paragraph 9.
Masicale ku paragraph 9.
He says, I could notice that a large group of protesters ran into the bushes and rocks at copy 3.
Uthi apha ndabona kokuba ubuninzi isihlele esikhulu sabaqhankqalazi siyabaleka singena phaya kumahlahla nasematyeni phaya kwikopi yesithathu.
Paragraph 10, the Casper and the water cannon arrived at copy 3 at the same time, and at this stage the water cannon was still spraying at the crowd.
Uthi xa kufika ihipo apho ne-water cannon zifika phaya kukopi 3 kwathi ngelo xesha kwafika ne-water cannon ebekade ibatshiza ngamanzi apho.
At this stage, I ordered the members in the Casper to stay inside the vehicles, as I could see that the forces on the ground were still far behind us and that it would be looking for trouble to send 9 members into the kopi after the protesters.
Uthi ke uLieutenant Colonel wabe sexelela aba phakathi kweCasper ukuba bangaphumi bahlale apho ngoba amanye amapolisa beza ngasemva abesesekudeni nabo angakabi ufuphi kakhulu wabona iyawuba ingozi okuba aba abalithoba baphume nje bodwa bangene phaya entabeni.
And perhaps for completeness, let me mention that the Lieutenant Colonel is attached to the Special Task Force, or the STF.
Uthi ke lo Lieutenant Colonel athetha ngaye uGaffley ukulama police abizwa ngokuthiwa STF, Special Task Force.
In paragraph 11, he continues, we waited inside the Casper for a little while, and then I saw the K9 unit approaching from behind us.
Uthi bahlala phakathi kwehipo apho ixeshana uthe ngoko wabesebona ababe K9 bezinja sebefikile.
I ordered my members to get out of the vehicle,
ndabaxelela aba ke bam bamasiphume ezinqweleni,
but not to approach as yet, but just to line up next to the Casper.
Wathi sibaphume kodwa bangayi kubaqhankqalazi beme benze umqa apha ngaphandle kweCasper.
I also got out of the vehicle and started talking to the crowd.
Nami ke ndaphuma kwiCasper ndithetha nabo,
ordering them to lay down their weapons.
Ndithetha nabaqhankqalazi ndibaxelela ukuba mababeke phantsi izixhobo zabo.
But this had no effect.
Kodwa ke akwenzekanga kanjalo.
I could, however, not identify any person within the crowd that was visible to me with any firearm in his hand.
Apho ndandime khona ke ndandikakwazi ukubona omnye wababaqhankqalazi noma kukho wayephethe umpu kubo.
At this stage, I heard gunshots coming from the direction of the bushes in front of us.
Kuthe ngelo xesha ndeva kuqhuma imbumbulu zivela apha ngasenga kumahlahla zijongise apha ngakuthi.
but could not see any person shooting.
kodwa ndikwazanga ukumbona lo muntu wayedubula.
Then the K9 members also started firing from behind us into the kopi.
Kwathi ke aba be-K9 amapolisa lawo ezinja bese eqala ukudubula nawo asemva kwethu ejongise phaya kwikopi.
I also heard shots from our left and right.
Ndeva kukho imbumbulo ezivela apha ngasokhohlo nangasesandleni sokunene kuthi.
At this stage, the Scorpion has joined us and the members had formed a line in front of the Casper.
Ngelo xesha ke kwase kufike laba bizwa Scorpions sebeme apha ngakuthi
ready to approach the kopi on foot.
Bese belungele okokuba bangangena bona apha entabeni ngenyawo.
Could not see any person shooting. I ordered the members to fall back and take position behind the vehicles, as it was clear that the police are firing from different directions and members could be caught in crossfire.
Ndabaxelela aba bam kokuba mabathi ukuchopha kancinci ngoba amapolisa adubula kuwo onke amacala ndoyiko kokuba bangahle babanjwe zimbumbulo ezivela kulawo mapolisa.
You've heard all that, or you've seen all of that because you have a copy.
Njengoba une copy general uyivile wayibona le ntetho endithetha ngayo?
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, taking you to the paragraph that we earlier dealt with in the opening statement.
Asiphinda umva phaya kwesivakaliso esiqale ngaso kwi-statement esisokuvula.
The third and fourth sentences of paragraph 45.5.
Kasiya phaya ku paragraph 45. 45.5.
Did I understand you correctly that you eventually accepted that the protesters referred to in those sentences may well have been shot by mistake?
Ndiveka kuhle okokuba uyavuma ngoko okokuba abanye babakhankalazi abadujula apha kungenzeka ukuba dujula ngempazamo.
I do not recall putting my facts that way. You've changed it.
Andikhumbuli ndithetha ngolo hlobo mhlekazi uyayijika ngoku.
Mr. Madlanga used that language. I've got an idea you agreed with it, but
an idea that she agreed with.
That she agreed. I think that was your language dropped by mistake.
Yes.
She certainly didn't say that herself.
Yes.
But I got the impression that she either agreed with it or didn't dissent from it.
Yes. National Commissioner, I used that language, paraphrasing what I see in those two sentences, and my recollection is that you agreed with me.
Hayi Commissioner, bekuyintetho evela kum leyo ndithe mna kungenzeka ukuba aba bantu baye badujulwa ngempazamo wavumelana nam apho.
Perhaps to be correct is are you reading the last paragraph? The police officers are prepared to accept that they may have been responding to. Is that what you're referring to?
Uthetha ngalo esisivakaliso segqibeleni phaya esithi amapolisa ayayamkela into yokokuba kungenzeka okokuba enze impazamo apha ecinga okokuba lezi mbumbulu zidutshula ngabanye babo zivela kubaqhankqalazi.
I'm referring to that and the sentence preceding that one, National Commission.
Ngaloo ntetho ke nalesi umsholo omunye i-sentence le engaphezu kwawo.
And I recall you saying when we closed this one that your conclusion is that I did not answer you the way you wanted me to answer you, because I kept on saying, if we read the may in context, I would understand what you're saying.
Ndiye ndathi xa ndiphendula apho wangavumelani nami xa ndithi mina masifunde eligama elithi kunokwenzeka may.
Let me perhaps ask the question again then.
Mandiwubuze ndiphinde ndibuze ke lo mbuzo futhi.
Looking at the two sentences together,
asijonga ezivakaliso zombini le sentence zombini,
is that not indicative of an acceptance by the police that they may well have shot and killed some of the protesters by mistake.
Xa siyifunda yonke ke lento siyijonga akusiko na ukuba amapolisa ayayamkela into yokuba apha kungenzeka okokuba abanye baba baqhankqalazi badutshulwa ngempazamo.
If I paraphrase what you're saying, may have. I think that's very operative for me to say. The statement as it stands there captures our standpoint.
Lento ibhale apha ke yilento sime kuyo
Well,
okokuba
I'm not sure about that. You
kungenzeka.
say you stand by what you said in your original media statement. In your media statement, you didn't say some of the people who were shot may have been shot in self-defense. You said they were. And what this statement appears to say is that they may have been shot in self-defense in the belief that fire to which the police were responding came from them, but in fact that those shots may have been what is described as, quote, friendly fire. Isn't that an accurate way of putting it?
Kuyondlela yokuyibeka lo ke okokuba xa sijonga istatement esiwawusenza phaya kubapapashi kwezindaba wathi wena amapolisa adubule ezikhusela. Xa sijonga apha ke uthi kungenzeka okokuba aba banye babaqhankqalazi ngamapolisa ekholelwa okokuba ngabo abodubulayo benze mhlawumbe impazamo xa bebedubula.
Judge, I am on record saying we should read that with the last sentence, because at this point in time, I have said I have not, without that forensic evidence and all those issues, it makes it very difficult to just give a categoric yes and no.
You're asked to give a categoric yes, and now you're being asked to give a categoric maybe. And the maybe is based upon the last sentence, because if there is ballistic evidence on the point, it may put it either into a yes category or no category. But at the moment, it's maybe, because we don't know. But the police are prepared to accept that they may have been responding to friendly fire. Isn't that a fair summary of the position?
I'm comfortable in saying maybe.
All right. Well, on that comfortable note, I suggest we take the lunch adjournment. We will resume at 1:30, but you don't have to be back here, National Commissioner, for that, because we're going to have an argument from the Human Rights Commission on a question of discovery, and I take it Mr. Tip will be responding, and the evidence leaders as well. And while I won't encourage other parties to take part in the debate, if they have submissions they wish to make, if they believe that the ruling we're called upon to make may affect their clients, then obviously I can't stop them. But hopefully the relevant points will be fully covered by the arguments we will receive, so it won't be necessary for other interventions. But we'll now adjourn till 1:30.
So ngena ngo 1:30.
Yes, sir. I always forgot.
Oh,
Mama, Barry. How? How was on phone? How? Okay.
Señor. with your name and your surname and your position here, please.
My name is Makosi Ngosi. I'm the media consultant to the South African Police Service here at the Marikana Commission.
Quite shocking news that the Muti man has been killed at his home. Can you tell us what has happened?
Well, the information that we have from the investigators in the Eastern Cape is that Mr. Nzabe, as he was known, was shot execution style yesterday, and that the police were able to recover the getaway car, which was unfortunately bent beyond recognition. However, a firearm was found in the car.
And did you manage to get a statement from him before he was killed?
Well, the police were in the process of making contact with him. He would have been aware that the police wanted to talk to him, and I guess other people would have known that as well. His death really, I think, is a very unfortunate incident. It robs the commission of a very important witness who would have been able to shed light on what happened where the tragic accident, or rather the tragic event took place. And also that the police are now without that crucial evidence, so it must be a setback.
Okay, I'll put in your home language, please.
Okay.
Okay, first please tell me what has happened there at his home.
Yeah. Amaphoyisa aseMpumalanga Kapa asibikele ukuthi umnumzana uNzabe lo obeyisangoma besaziwa ngodaba lwaseMarikana ubulewe izolo. Indlela abulewe ngayo ikhomba ukuthi abantu bebengafuni ukuba kube khona kushoyo. Amaphoyisa beseqalile ukukhulumisana naye ukuthi ezowethula ubufakazi lapha kuMarikana Commission. Ngakho ke ukufa kwakhe kusho ukuthi le commission ayisezukuba nalo lolo lwazi ebizoluthola kuye, nanokuthi amaphoyisa ke sesimweni esingesihle ngoba awasezi ukuthola ubufakazi bakhe abekholelwa ukuthi ebezolekelela ukuthi iCommission ikwazi ukuqonda kahle ukuthi amaphoyisa aziphatha ngendlela okwakuyiyo ngelanga abantu abashona ngayo. Okay.
Can you first just help me with your name and your surname and your position here, please?
My name is Makosi Ngosi. I'm the media consultant to the South African Police Service here at the Marikana Commission.
Quite shocking news that the Muti man has been killed at his home. Can you tell us what has happened?
Well, the information that we have from the investigators in the Eastern Cape is that Mr. Nzabe, as he was known, was shot execution style yesterday, and that the police were able to recover the getaway car, which was unfortunately bent beyond recognition. However, a firearm was found in the car.
And did you manage to get a statement from him before he was killed?
Well, the police were in the process of making contact with him. He would have been aware that the police wanted to talk to him, and I guess other people would have known that as well. His death really, I think, is a very unfortunate incident. It robs the commission of a very important witness who would have been able to shed light on what happened where the tragic accident, or rather the tragic event took place. And also that the police are now without that crucial evidence, so it must be a setback.
Okay, I'll put in your home language, please.
Okay.
Okay, first please tell me what has happened there at his home.
Yeah.
Can you first just help me with your name and your surname and your position here, please?
My name is Makosi Ngosi. I'm the media consultant to the South African Police Service here at the Marikana Commission.
Quite shocking news that the Muti man has been killed at his home. Can you tell us what has happened?
Well, the information that we have from the investigators in the Eastern Cape is that Mr. Nzabe, as he was known, was shot execution style yesterday, and that the police were able to recover the getaway car, which was unfortunately bent beyond recognition. However, a firearm was found in the car.
And did you manage to get a statement from him before he was killed?
Well, the police were in the process of making contact with him. He would have been aware that the police wanted to talk to him, and I guess other people would have known that as well. His death really, I think, is a very unfortunate incident. It robs the commission of a very important witness who would have been able to shed light on what happened where the tragic accident, or rather the tragic event took place. And also that the police are now without that crucial evidence, so it must be a setback.
Okay, I'll put in your home language, please.
Okay.
Okay, first please tell me what has happened there at his home.
Yeah. Amaphoyisa asempumalanga Kapa asibikele ukuthi umnumzana uNdzabe lo obeyisangoma besaziwa ngodaba lwaseMarikana ubulewe izolo. Indlela abulewe ngayo ikhomba ukuthi abantu bebengafuni ukuba kube khona kushoyo. Amaphoyisa beseqalile ukukhulumisana naye ukuthi ezowethula ubufakazi lapha kuMarikana Commission. Ngakho ke ukufa kwakhe kusho ukuthi le commission ayisezukuba nalo lolo lwazi ebizoluthola kuye nanokuthi amaphoyisa ke asesesimweni esingesihle ngoba awasezukuthola ubufakazi bakhe abekholelwa ukuthi bezolekelela ukuthi iCommission ikwazi ukuqonda kahle ukuthi amaphoyisa aziphatha ngendlela okwakuyiyo ngelanga abantu abashona ngayo. Okay.
Rise in the commission.
Commission resumes. After we adjourned, I told the National Commissioner that we would be dealing with this matter about the discovery of documents, so I'd indicated earlier, at 1:30. But if we concluded it before 2 o'clock, I would adjourn and we'd reassemble at 2 o'clock. I said if the matter went on beyond 2 o'clock, then I wouldn't adjourn. But I told her she only had to be back by 2 o'clock, so that was the discussion I had with her. Mr. Malindi, you wish to bring an application?
Thank you, Chairperson. In fact, the NUM is objecting to our request for discovery, but if Mr. Chairperson finds it convenient that I begin, I shall begin.
Bringing the application, you would bear the onus of showing that you're entitled to the relief you seek. So obviously you must start.
I will start then, Chairperson. Chairperson, on 10 January 2013, the Human Rights Commission made a request for discovery by the NUM, and that appears on page 23 of the bundle, which I've been made to believe has been made available to the commissioners and the evidence leaders. The documents required to be discovered are set out in paragraphs 5.1 and 5.2 of the request, and that is that the NUM should discover records of discussions relating to disputes over benefits associated with employment at Lonmin over the 5 years preceding August 2012, and their records on format of interaction between the unions and the employer. This includes correspondence as well as individual members' complaints regarding benefits, especially housing. We submit that the discovery request falls within the topics that the Human Rights Commission has indicated that it wishes to address in phase 2. These are training and career pathing for mine workers at Lonmin's Marikana mine, as appears on page 26 of the bundle, especially under topic number 2, specifically under topic number 2, which reads that the topic deals with the lived experience of mine workers. Point 1, conditions of work for mine workers at Lonmin's Marikana mine. Point 2, living arrangements for the mine workers at Lonmin's Marikana mine. Point 3, training and career pathing for mine workers at Lonmin's Marikana mine.
Umhlekazi uMalindi apha, Advocate Malindi, uthetha ngezinto ezizawuvezwa apha, amaxwebhu ekufanele avezwe, amaxwebhu afanele avezwe aphathelene nezinto eziphathelene nezindlela zokusebenza, uqeqesho nezinye izinto ezinjengezo.
And the extent to which Lonmin has failed to comply with its mining charter obligations, and the reasons therefore, as appears on page 32 of the bundle, specifically under topic 16, which reads mining charter issues. Point 1, the identification of Lonmin's obligations under the mining charter, the extent to which Lonmin has failed to comply with these obligations and the reasons for such non-compliance. Point 3, the responsibility of the Department of Mineral Resources for not taking steps in relation to any non-compliance.
Uveza ke apho izinto abazabuzibeka phambi kwale commission njenge-human rights okokuba i-Lonmin iye yaphazama phi naphi ngokungenzi intoni nantoni, nokuthi abe-department umnyango wezaba bezimayini iyenze intoni ebekufanele iyenze intoni engayenzanga.
The NUM by letter of 15 March 2013 15 March 2013, which appears on page 37 of the bundle, has objected to the discovery request for the reasons set out in paragraphs 2 and 3 of the letter. Essentially, Chairperson, the objection is that the request does not fall within the parameters of paragraph 7.1 of the timetable issued as a ruling of the Commission on 12 March 2013. Paragraph
beveza apha nengxaki i-NUMA abanayo kokuba kungavezwanga into ezithize bekade izidinga.
Paragraph 7.1 requires that the topics, let me start with the main paragraph. The discovery obligations are subject to the following conditions. Point 1, the topics do not in any way supersede the terms of reference of the Commission. So a party is obliged to make discovery of documents in relation to a topic only insofar as the topic is relevant to the events in Marikana which led to the deaths of approximately 44 people, the injury of more than 70 persons, and the arrest of more than 250 people.
Uthetha kokuba ezo zincwadi ezifanele zivezwe zeziphathelene nemigqaliselo ebekele le commission into etshunjele yona kokuba iyenze.
We contend, Chairperson, that the request for discovery is relevant for the following reasons. 1, considering the topics that the HRC wishes to address under Phase 2, under the 2nd and 16th topics, there is an overlap between what we request from LONMIN, MCU, and NUM. For example, the HRC's request to LONMIN under page 23 of the bundle paragraphs 4.1, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7 to 11, 5, 6, 7 to 11 are matters that both the NUM and MCU would have concerned themselves with. And as Chairperson can see from the paragraphs that have been referred to, it's matters that have a bearing on the social and labor plan of LONMINs. 4.5, employment of contracts of all levels of mine workers, including benefits. 4.6, salary scales of all LONMIN employees with benefits. 4.7 to 4.11 are similarly relevant as they refer to matters of career development of miners, etc., and other benefits.
Uyiveza ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi uMalindo kokuba enye yezinto abazawufuna ukuba zivezwe zeziphathelene nenhlalo kuba bahlaliswa kanjani abantu phaya eLonmin, yintoni eyenzayo iLonmin ukuphucula izimpilo zabantu, yintoni eyenzayo ukuqeqesha abasebenzi bayo, imivuzo nezinye izinto.
These requests, Chairperson, are relevant to paragraphs 1.1.3 and 1.1.5 of the terms of reference, and I will refer to page 5 where those are captured, page 5 of the bundle. Which require that the conduct of LONMIN must be investigated in the following regards: whether it, being LONMIN, by act or omission created an environment which was conducive to the creation of tension, labor unrest, disunity among its employees, or other harmful conduct.
Apho kuphanda khona kokuba iLonmin akukhona into ethize yayenza noma mhlawumbe engayenzanga eyaba imbangelo yokuba kube khona lembambano phakathi kwayo nabasebenzi bayo nabanye abantu eyaba nemiphumela le eyenzeka phaya kwelenhlekele.
To examine generally its policy, procedure, practices, and conduct relating to its employees and organized labor.
Ke lokhu kuwenziwa uphando lokuba imithetho, imigaqo nezinye izinto eziphaya zilungele na inhlalo nensebenziswano nabantu.
In this context, Chairperson, it is important that the Commission knows whether the NUM pursued the issues set out in paragraph 4 of page 23 of the bundle against Lonmin, and whether Lonmin responded thereto and how.
Lonmin responded thereto and how would be a document you presumably get from Lonmin, but
we have made
I understand the point about whether NUM pursued the point.
Absolutely, Chair.
Enye into abazoyiphanda kokuba ezinto abathi zenziwe zenziwa ngayilonmin bazofuna nokwazi kokuba i-NUM njengabantu abamele abasebenzi phaya yenze nzame ezini izono kokuba kufezeke ezi zinto abathetha ngazo apha kwilonmin.
And regarding the how, Chairperson, NUM might be helpful to indicate how Lonmin has responded to its own agitation for the attainment of the matters that we ask that need to be investigated. It is also important to know whether these matters were pursued as a united front by the trade unions, or whether they acted separately, and whether individual miners were left to their own devices.
Baza ufuna ukwazi kokuba inhlangano ezezimela abasebenzi phaya ziyezasebenzana ngokubambisana ekuzeni kuze kufezeke ezimfuno zabasebenzi okukanene benze ngendlela enjani.
The relevance to paragraph 7.1 on page 35 is that it may be relevant, therefore, to know whether the union's approaches to these matters caused any tension, labor unrest, disunity among employees or other harmful conduct, and whether Lonmin conducted itself in such a way as to contribute to the environment referred to in paragraphs 1.1.3 and 1.1.5 of the terms of reference.
Bazawufuna nokwazi kokuba i-union zona ngokwazo azibanga nayo imbangela yokuthi ngokwenza okuthize ikanene ngokungenzi into ethize baba yimbangela kunye noLonmin kwesi sehlakalo esenzeka phaya.
The terms of reference require that NUM's conduct be investigated in regard to whether it had exercised its best endeavors to resolve any dispute or disputes which may have arisen, industrial or otherwise, between itself and Lonmin and or MQ or any other parties.
Uphande nokusebenza kwe-union i-NUM ngokwenza kwayo okuthize nokungenza okuthize maqondana ne-AMCU ikanene ne-Lonmin okokubenza ngendlela efanele na ukujongana nale meko yayikhona ngelo xesha.
That will appear on paragraph 1.4.1 of the terms of reference.
Ngoba izawuvela apha kwimigqaliselo yokujunjwa kwale commission.
It is submitted, therefore, Chairperson, that should the HRC find itself able to continue with phase 2, the NUM is required to comply with the request to discover.
Ngako ke linhlangano i-human rights ifuna kokuba kuvezwe ezi zinto apho izoba luncedo khona.
Having made these submissions, Chairperson, I am further instructed to indicate that the short time frame that remains before the conclusion of the Commission on 31 May 2013 militates heavily against the HRC's continuation in phase 2 as it originally envisaged.
Thathwa nokuba ixesha aliselide noko ngoba le commission ibekele kokuba igqibe umsebenzi wayo ekupheleni kwenyanga kaMeyi.
There is currently no ruling by the Commission on whether the topics set out on page 26 to 34 fall within the terms of reference.
Akukaphi khona sigqibo esenziwe i-commission ngokuba le nto kuthethwa ngayo.
Has any of the parties contended that they do not?
Laphansi kwento ephandwa yile commission. Ngcinisihlalo uthi kukhona apho iphathi eziyikhanyelayo le nto kokuba ngomnye womsebenzi wale commission lo.
There is no party that has so contended, Chairperson.
Ruling called for.
Ngoku ke kudingeka ukuba kwenzeke isigqibo santoni xa kungekho isidingo sayo.
Because, Chairperson, the HRC has concerns on the engagement of expert witnesses at great expense on public funds. If in the process leading up to the filing of such expert reports, there is an objection on a topic that the HRC wishes to address, and therefore that will be a problem regarding the HRC's endeavors to participate in these proceedings, and especially in view of all the endeavors that the HRC has engaged in, Chairperson, to have a lot of these matters clarified before it expends money in pursuit of phase 2 topics.
Uthi into yenza kokuba i-HRC icela kokuba kwenze esigqibo kuba inoloyiko kokuba izawungena kwezindleko zemali eninzi kuthemba koko bese kuvezwa okokuba abanye babo kabahambelani neso sicelo sayo.
Even if a ruling were made today, the experts that the HRC has approached to testify on matters pertinent to corporate social responsibility and in terms of the mining charter have advised that the time frame is insufficient for a full and proper analysis to be undertaken.
Sebeyivezileke noko ezinqali bathetha ngazo ze-HR kokuba ixesha elelisele kokuba kwenziwe isigqibo ngale commission lifisha kakhulu kokuba benze into umsebenzi opheleleyo.
The second impediment is the one that I have just addressed, the Chairperson, in regard to the expenditure that a Chapter 9 body cannot justify without a ruling on the topics that are permissible.
And has
there been any suggestion by any of the parties that these topics are not permissible? Why must we come and make a ruling that's not asked for on a matter where everyone seems to agree that the topics are covered because no one's objected?
Chairperson, the reason that there's been no objection is not necessarily because parties have no objection to any of the topics. It's because the parties have been non-compliant with many of the deadlines that have been set for responding to these matters.
It's a different matter. I could understand a party suddenly waking up after it was too late, coming and saying, sorry, we overlooked this matter, we'd like now to raise the point, and we ask you to condone our failure to come in time, but nothing of that's happened either. So what do you expect us to do?
Chairperson,
you can't rule on an application whether it's in time or out of time that's not been brought. You can't give a ruling on a matter which is not, you're not asked to give a ruling on, let's say timelessly or non-timelessly. So how does that point help us?
Chairperson, the HRC has itself requested the Commission to rule on these matters because it is of concern to it that it cannot proceed with the engagement of experts when there's uncertainty whether these topics will be dealt with.
Why is there uncertainty? No one has suggested these topics aren't relevant. So why is there uncertainty on the matter?
Because
I could understand if there was a dispute. I could understand you then say, the Commission's got to give a ruling. We don't know which side will be successful in contending either these are topics that are covered or these are not topics that are covered. But absent any dispute of that kind, surely the point doesn't arise.
Uyibheka ngolo hlobo umgcini isihlalo kokuba andikwazi ukuba ndenze nje isigqibo ndisenze nje emoyeni kungekho sicelo esibekiwe njengoba itsho nje HR okokuba yoyika ukuthi kuzawuthi xa isibize ezingcali ngezindleko eziphakeme kubekho abaxhasene nalonto apha uthi uchairman kude kube ngoku akukho mntu oke waveza kweziphatho kuba uxhasene nalento efuna ukuvezwa kumhlekazi uMalindi.
Chairperson, may I refer to paragraph 7.4 on page 36, after which I will take this point no further and page 36 of the bundle, 7.4, which reads as follows. If any party seeks to lead expert evidence on a topic but seeks a ruling that the topic falls within the terms of reference before it incurs the expenditure necessary to engage an expert, that party must, on or before 15 March 2013.1, formally commit itself to calling expert evidence on the topic if it is held to be within the terms of reference, and 2, seek a terms of reference ruling in this regard from the Commission. Now, Chairperson, I have made the point, I can't take it any further, that our hands are held at our backs because we are a public body. We can't justify the engagement of the experts that we envisaged calling. We can't commit in terms of 741 to addressing these issues because we've got to justify the expenditure before we do so. And that is the angle from which the HRC comes from, and stating that from November, and in particular in February, I think it must have been the 21st of February when we were in the Commission's chambers, we sought rulings on various things, including discovery by various parties. We also sought rulings on phase 2 issues, upon which the chairperson advised that the matter should be deferred accordingly. And in a further meeting in which the HRC was in attendance with the evidence leaders, again, it was emphasized that the phase 2 issues need to be addressed urgently because there's been no compliance by any of the parties, a situation that has created the hesitancy on our part to proceed with phase 2 matters as we envisaged because of the reasons that I have stated. That situation has persisted.
So what happened was the matter was left over for discussions between the parties and the evidence leaders in the hope that it could be settled outside the Commission, as it were, by consensus among the parties. And my understanding was that there's been a substantial degree of consensus in that regard. There have been a number of meetings, I understand, convened by the evidence leaders, which Mr. Shaskelson can tell us about if necessary. And what exactly is still outstanding according to you? I know there's a complaint about, which isn't relevant to what you're talking about now, about statements that you seek from the police. That's the subject of a missive that I received on Friday, but we're not busy with that now. Anything else?
Chairperson, if I'm not getting across on the impediments to the HRC on the phase 2 issues, I will pass that submission which we persist on, and because I have stated the 2 main impediments, and absent a ruling as to whether those topics under topic number 2 and topic number 16 are relevant, we are unable to proceed with procuring sufficient funds to engage expert witnesses who must compile reports and make those statements available to the Commission, if I remember well, by 22 April. And with the replies thereto, which takes us into the middle of May, and we make those submissions, Chairperson, and the Chairperson will make a ruling as to whether the submission had merit or not.
Isicelo sakhe siphelela apho ke njengoba bemchazela umgcini isihlalo okokuba nanikeza amaxesha amaninzi okokuba nibambe inhlangano ne-evidence leaders nitsho apho nivumelana nalapho ningavumelani khona kude kwenziwe eso sicelo. Uthi ke yena ibanikwa idate yomhla ka-22 okokuba lawo maphepha asengaphambi kwekomishini. Ingxaki ebanayo okokuba kude kube ngoku abakwazi ukuthi bangangena kwezo zindleko zokuba babize ezi zingcali banganalo ulwazi oluqinisekileyo okokuba abanye abanawuxhasana naloo nto bafuna ukuyiveza.
For these reasons, the HRC gives notice that it will not lead expert witness evidence under phase 2. It will pursue these topics in terms of its mandate as a Chapter 9 body. The HRC will play a limited role under phase 2 by presenting its previous reports to the Commission on relevant topics and by presenting evidence of facts, if any. Those are the submissions, Chair.
Uthi xa kunjalo ke i-HRC ayinawuzisa ubungqina bezingqali apha phambi kweCommission xa sekuthethwa kwi-phase 2 iza kwenza ke okokuba ithathe izinyathelo ezincinci njengoba ibisenza ngaphambili.
Mr. Malindi, is there any relevance or particular import that attaches to the 5-year period? Because it sounds rather onerous, requesting documents for 5 years. Is there any particular reason for that period?
It is...
In 2007, which set the clock ticking in respect of relations between NUM and non-NUM. Because you go back 5 years, from 2012, you go back to 2007. So why 2007? What happened then? Anything in particular?
Chairperson, as I stand, I can't point to anything in particular, but it is common cause that the existence of MCU has been for a period longer than the preceding 5 years. And if I'm mistaken in that regard...
Start in the coal mines. I mean, I'm not quite sure when AMCU moved into the platinum belt of the Northwest Province. So I'm not sure the mere fact that AMCU was in existence in 2007 is a sufficiently powerful factor to set the clock ticking in respect of discovery obligation.
Chairperson, it's the periods that experts would normally regard as relevant for them to conduct a proper study and analysis. And I understand, I mean, the question there is really whether the period of 5 years is justified or not. And a period short of 5 years may just be adequate for our expert witnesses to conduct
It's not as easy then. You're asking for NUM to go to a lot of trouble, and presumably it might apply to AMCU as well, I don't know, but NUM has got a lot of trouble, go into their archives, produce lots of documents. Sorry, NUM. So did I say AMCU? NUM to go to their archives, go to a lot of trouble, produce documents that go back 5 years. Now, once it's conceded that 5 years is too long a period, the question arises, what is a proper period? And unless the period is defined, then NUM will say, well, what must we do? Must we go back 5 years, 4 years, 3 years? What do you want? You can't impose a discovery obligation of a vague nature like that.
Bebuza nguHemraj okokuba yintoni kahle hle le ebaluleke kangako okokuba kufanele kuphinde umva kuyojongwa into eyenzeka phakathi kweNUM ngeminyaka emihlanu egqithileyo. Uthi kukuvela kweAMCU chairperson hayi AMCU yaqala ezimayini emigodini yamalahle asazi okokuba ingene nini apha kwiplatinum belt. Isizathu yintoni kahle hle?
Chairperson, firstly, that's not been the objection of NUM, the period. As I understand it, it's been a different objection. But
raise the objection. You're asking us to make a ruling.
Yes.
And if you're asking us to make a ruling, it's 5 years, you've got to justify it. And if it's not 5, you concede, well, 5 years may be too long, it's an arbitrary figure, then I say, well, what period is relevant? Because, I mean, I can't say to NUM, look here, you must give documents which go back over a reasonable period. They'd say to us, what's a reasonable period? How can you expect us to comply with an order that's so vague? I have to put that problem to you in the hope of getting an answer from you.
Buza lento umqinislalo ethemba kokuba kukho impendulo ezawuvela ukuba yintoni nebaleke kangako ukuba kufanele kujongwe umva kangaka kukho izinto ezenzekana eziphathelene nalento eyenzeke ngoku.
Furthermore, you are the one who's bringing an application, so the onus is on you to justify the period which you seek us to rule that NUM should produce those documents.
utsho ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi uTokotho kokuba emfondini lento ivela ngawe ngokuthina silendele okokuba ivele ngawe kube nguwo oveza izizathu zokuba yintoni nebaluleke ukuba kufanele ukuyumva kangaka.
Chairperson, in that regard, I am instructed that the experts require the 5 years because they consider it a reasonable period.
That's not enough. We would have to be satisfied that 5 years is a reasonable period. You'd have to satisfy us. I mean, can you imagine? It's not just going to the archives and taking out 5 years worth of files. What would be required would be for NUM to go through 5 years worth of documents, looking for documents that are relevant as opposed to documents that are irrelevant. Can you imagine the time and the expense that will be involved in that exercise? Now, so if you ask us to make a ruling like that, regard being had to the factor I mentioned, you've got to justify it.
Beka ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uMalindo kokuba ucelwe ngaba ingcali ezezakho zokuba kuphinde umva iminyaka emihlanu uthi ngoku chairperson xa simele ukuba iNUM iye kwizincwadi akhavize iyokhipha imiqulu yeminyaka emihlanu ijongisisa ukuba yintoni ephathelene nalento yintoni engaphathe lixesha elide gqitha elo.
Chairperson, the issues that we have addressed the Commission on are matters that have been with the mining industry, or in particular Lonmin in this instance, for a long period. For the experts to be able to make a proper analysis of, say, for example, the social labor plan, they need to know what it was in 2010, if it existed.
We're going to tell them that.
Well,
what the social labour plan is a matter that can easily be ascertained from the Department of Mineral Resources and from Lonmin. What do you expect NUM to tell you about that you can't find out from these other people?
Ngakwazi ukufumana aba kwabanye kokuba bekuyintoni ebekade ihleliwe ukuba bazawuhlaliswa kanjani abasebenzi phaya engavezwa iNUM xa ungakwazi ukuyifumana kwaba abanye.
Chairperson, as we indicated, all the issues that are set out there, there's an overlap between what Lonmin was doing and what NUM was agitating should happen.
I can't understand an overlap in respect to the social economic plan. The plan is the plan. Lonmin and the department would know about that. Nothing extra you can expect from NUM on that, surely? Overlap means that you've got two things that overlap at a certain point, but it doesn't mean that if you get that there's a total identity of coincidences as well.
Chairperson, as I was saying, we referred to a number of issues under page 23 of the bundle, and they range from 4.1, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7 up to 4.11. That is on the Lonmin side of the request. Those are matters that the NUM as a union would have agitated that they happen.
Yes, aveza izinto eziningi bekufanele zenziwe ngumqeshi uLonmin. Apha ke sithi ezo zinto bekufanele okokuba zilandelwe uNUM okokuba zenzekile.
NUM and AMCU are in a position to indicate where there are gaps. If we don't get that information from Lonmin, what they have done and what responses have been to themselves by Lonmin.
Ngoku ke sithi NUM ne AMCU bona ke bangakwazi ukuvala ezi zikhewu esingakwazi ukufumana inyaniso bona benze ntoni ukuvala ezo zikhewu eziyekwe yiLonmin.
As paragraph 5.2 on page 24 indicates that we seek information especially on housing arrangement by the mining house from NUM, and NUM would have had that as an issue with the mine as to hostel dwellings, off the hostel, off premises, and that is the overlap with this one aspect and other aspects that we have alluded to.
Njengoba besisho nje bekufanele i-NUM ize apha nenkcazelo yokuba malungiselelo mani ewenze ekuhlaliseni abantu phaya emayini nasezinkomponi nakwezinye izindawo itsho ke ne-NUM ba yona yenze ntoni ukuze lezo zinto zenzeke.
As to the question of 5 years being arbitrary, we obviously we can take instructions on that, our initial instructions from our experts who had given us an outline of what the scope of their work would be, was a requirement of 5 years, which we believed to be reasonable, but it's a period that...
It's a bit late now to talk about taking instructions. Once you decided to bring an application, in respect to which you bore the onus, wasn't that the appropriate time for you to take instructions and seek to justify the 5-year period? You haven't done that. So what are you going to do? Do you want a postponement? Or if you lose this application, you want to go back to your experts and then come with a new application? I mean, there must be an element of responsibility in the way the proceedings of this commission are conducted. Regard being had to the fact that there's no provision for cost orders or anything of that kind. You're seeking to put a heavy onus on them, which I would imagine would involve them in the expenditure of considerable sums of money to get the information you seek. If it's not required, if it's not reasonably required, then what can they do about it? They can't sue you for the cost, surely? I mean, one's got to approach this in a practical, reasonable fashion, surely. I understand that all matters that are reasonably relevant to the issues before us have to be investigated. And I understand there's a great responsibility on us to ensure that we give a proper, adequate report on these matters, regard being had to the importance of the events which precipitated this commission. But having said that, the other factors I mentioned cannot be ignored.
Chairperson, obviously I don't have instructions beyond the fact that the experts require information for that period, and our request for that discovery will then, it appears, stand or fall on this aspect alone, and it has, this proceeding has been characterized as an application by the HRC, whereas the HRC complied with the ruling of the commission that parties must make requests for discovery by set dates, which we did, and now there's an objection to that.
They're declining to give you the discovery because they say you're not entitled to it. That's not an objection. You understand the point.
Yes. So in the event, Chairperson, if this be construed as an application for us to compel NUM to make a discovery which it declines, we have made our submissions on relevance, and the Commission seems disinclined to, if it's inclined to order discovery, to order it for the period that we requested. And I have made submissions based on the instructions as we received from our experts for a period of 5 years, which has not been one of the grounds of declining the request for discovery, and we shall therefore stand or fall on our submissions.
Thank you, Mr.
Leseminyaka emihlanu kuba phinde emva iminyaka emihlanu sesisinikwe ingcali zethu asazi okokuba sizawuvunywa na ikanene siza kuwa.
The tip.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, before we adjourn for the lunch break, Chair, you made the observation that this particular application and the response to it and the input from the evidence leaders might well be of interest to parties other than merely the Human Rights Commission and NUM. And we would, with respect, endorse that observation. We consider this to be a significant application and a significant objection and a significant hearing, because what it brings to focus is the relationship between 20 topics in phase 2 and the manner in which they are to be dealt with at a practical level, and the manner in which they are to find their way ultimately into the report, conclusions, recommendations of the Commission in respect of the terms of reference viewed as a whole. And I say that in this particular sense, that not one of the 20 topics that has been identified could be described as comprising material potentially that is of no interest and perhaps not of great interest to anybody examining a situation in the mining environment which has led to difficulties, led to, in this case, acute conflict and tragically a number of deaths. But that, of course, requires it to those topics to be funneled through the process of relevance, and we have observed with pleasure the introduction of paragraph 7.1 in the most recent version of the timetable that the evidence leaders have prepared and circulated. And 7.1, it's worth repeating. I know that my learned friend Mr. Malindi has already read it out, but it's a very important paragraph. And the pertinent part is that the topics do not in any way, and that's all 20 of the topics, do not in any way supersede the terms of reference of the Commission. So a party is obliged to make discovery of documents in relation to a topic only insofar as the topic is relevant to the events. And of course the events are then described. And that is why this particular argument this afternoon is a significant one, because it brings into relief the need to examine precisely what is entailed with that phrase to the extent that it is relevant. And that is really where we join issue with our learned colleagues for the Human Rights Commission. And that is why in our letter of the 15th of March we did not confine ourselves to issues around vague formulations or a period of 5 years as opposed to 10 years or 6 months, because it's ultimately a broad question of relevance, under which rubric potentially questions of period of documentation may fall for scrutiny. Now, paragraph 7.1 is, I've said, a welcome addition, and in discussion with many of my colleagues, that is a common view of it. Of course, it doesn't say anything that is already not within the legal framework that guides the Commission, which is that ultimately there are terms of reference which prescribe that certain matters must be investigated, and that defines in one way or another the parameters of what must be done. To step sideways perhaps for a moment, if one looks at a topic, one of the 20 listed topics, the subject of migrant labor. Now that potentially, of course, is a colossal topic. That is a topic that could engage a dedicated commission of inquiry for years, with the input of a multitude of experts, governments, not only from departments here in South Africa, but from Lesotho, Mozambique, provincial governments that have a direct interest, the history, the financial implications of any change, what's possible in terms of rearrangement, housing, etc. It's a colossal topic. So one can never imagine with respect that everything relating to migrant labor should fall for consideration of this Commission, and that it would, in its findings, make a full-on assessment of migrant labor as a topic and have recommendations on that. The Commission would frankly with respect, never come to an end because there are 20 topics. So hence I say it is a matter of looking at any topic and determining what the relevant fineness of the filter is that must be applied. Is it a broad filter or is it a very fine filter? And that is in our respect for submission, a question of the application of the conventional criterion of what relevance means in a particular purpose, in a particular hearing, and in order to secure a particular result as expeditiously as can be. So against that, and that is, again, Mr. Chair, if I may just echo, that is why we imagine that parties have not been swift to object to topics as a whole. Migrant labour may well play a role, and there may be sufficiently distilled material that is relevant for the findings of the Commission that bear on the topic of migrant labour for it to be dealt with, but then it must be dealt with in that way. Now, against that, if I may turn to the particular request which NUM has received from the Human Rights Commission, and say this also, that we are here in the capacity of an objecting party, because this is, in fact, the only request that has come to us from any of the parties here for discovery, so that it was then an opportune and we hope helpful step to say, well, let us test just what the parameters are of this process. And that is why we are engaged in the way that we are today. Now, my learned friend, Mr. Malindi, has tried to identify topics in respect of which the request that is set out in the letter to us of 10 January of this year falls. And he's referred to the lived experience of mine workers, and he's referred to the mining charter, and he's referred to matters such as career pathing and the like. But what is in fact to be seen in that letter, and it bears repetition. My learned friend has read it, but I want to dwell on the particular content a little longer perhaps than did he. They say they want the following from NUM. Paragraph 1, records of discussions relating to disputes over benefits associated with employment at Lonmin over the 5 years preceding August 2012. Now that's the only paragraph. There's a second one which I'll read in a moment. This is the only one that has a period attached to it. I'd read that as arbitrary. My learned friend says, well, that's what experts say is a good time. And of course, if you say 2 weeks, it's too little. If you say 10 years, it might be too much. But what is really being asked for here? Records of discussions relating to disputes over benefits. Now, that is a very, very substantial request. And if I may say, Mr. Chair, it was no exaggeration to say that digging all this sort of material out from archives of NIM, which are not necessarily arranged under the topic headings that we have in this commission, is a very substantial task. But what is to be done with it for the purpose of this commission? And perhaps that question may best be addressed by reference to paragraph 2 of this letter addressed to us, which is that the HRC wants their records on format of interaction between the unions and the employer. The format of interaction between the unions and the employer. That all records on that. Now, frankly, we're not sure what that means. We can say, well, there's a recognition agreement that says how we interact, but what utility is that? It goes on then.
That presumably of interactions would presumably be minutes of meetings. Many topics covered in minutes of meetings or in correspondence between the union and the employer would be totally relevant on any approach to the terms of reference of the Commission.
It's indefinite. And then the second part of that says this includes, so it doesn't confine it, this includes correspondence as well as individual members' complaints regarding benefits, especially housing. So what we're asked for is again a vast amount of information, But as my learned friend Mr. Malindi said in relation to this, NUM would also be in a position to say what Lonman did in respect of a dispute. So for this to percolate into some form that would be of value to the Commission in discharging its responsibilities in terms of the terms of reference would be that it would receive a copious amount of complaints raised by NUM members at Lonman over an indefinite period now, because this is not even confined to 5 years. Complaints regarding benefits, especially housing, but not limited to housing. Now, what does that mean? It means, first of all, that there's got to be some kind of assessment for it to be useful, for it to be processed to a point where any inference can be drawn from it. What was the complaint? Can one say whether it was a bona fide complaint? Did the branch committee of NUM attend to it? If not, did it go to regional? If not, did it go to national? What attention was given to it? Was it ripened into a dispute that went to the bargaining council? Did it find its way into the labour court? Then how was it processed in relation to Lonman? What was said by NUM about this particular member's complaint about this particular benefit? And when NUM got the response from Lonman, was that a proper response? All of this would have to be evaluated. And was NUM's reaction to that appropriate? So one really just has a vast amount of information, which in itself would require a tremendous amount of scrutiny.
Did the member concerned later leave the service, the employment of London, take his complaint with him back to Ponderland, where we came from? And was there any causal connection between his complaint and the fact it wasn't dealt with and the events of the 16th of August?
Well, ultimately, Chair, absolutely, with respect. Because ultimately, we come to that week, that awful week. And all of this has somehow to be in a form where it can be of value to the Commission in determining the conduct of the parties set out in the terms of reference in respect of those events. So much as the HRC would be glad to have a very, very broad interpretation of the terms of reference, and it says as much in the submissions that it lodged in November. It said this is a unique opportunity for matters to be examined throughout the extractive industry, not just platinum, unions and employers in South Africa. So their view is that really you have an opportunity to examine everything that is a difficulty in and around mines and more generally in South Africa. We take a different view. We say that there is a task that the President has given this Commission. Had he wanted an examination, an evaluation, a conclusion making process of the scale that the HRC evidently contemplates, the President would, with respect, never have said you've got 4 months to complete your work. So in our submission, this with respect is not a good application, a request for discovery, and we would ask that our objection to it be upheld.
Umhlekazi uThipho bephendula lento bethethwa ngumhlekazi uMalindi apha andizange ndiyitolike ndenzela ukuba ndingaphazamisi ndanibekela nje kafuphi kokuba kuthethwa ngantoni. Uthi umhlekazi uThipho apha kukho kwisession yesibili ezakwenzeka izihloko ezingu-20 ekufanele kuthethwe ngazo apha. Ngoku uthi esisicelo esenziwa yi-HRC kufanele kujongisiswe kokuba siphathelene na nento ephandwa yile commission. Uthi ke uthetha apha ngabantu abavela kwamanye amazwe abazosebenza apha babizwa ngokuba immigrant labours, ayiphathelene ngokuya kwakhe umhlekazi uThip lento nento ephandwa yile commission. Into yezindlo kokuba hlalisa kanjani abasebenza iphaya nezinye izinto, okokuba i-NUM inganceda ngoluphi uhlobo apho kule commission akayiboni loo nto. Uthi kuzo zonke ezinto ezizawuthethwa ngazo apha kukhombe kokuba iNUM kufanele ilande irekhodi zayo iminyaka emihlanu ezawuvezwa apha phambi kwekomishini okokuba kwityala elalithize usibanibani wayebhekene nomsebenzi phaya kwenzeka ukuthi nokuthi loo nto yaphelela phi yade yagqibelise Labour Court na noma lowo muntu wade waphindela ekhaya emampondweni naleyo nto ingakasolviwa uthi ayinawunceda le commission. Uthi umhlekazi uThip into engenziwa apha sisicelo sezincwadi ezizawukhombisa okokuba loo nto iphandwayo ihambelene nemigqaselo ebekwe yikomishoni le. Uthi kube upresident ubefuna okokuba kuphande zonke izimayini ngabenikeze isicelo esinjengeso. Enkosi.
Is any of the other parties wish to say anything before I ask the evidence leaders to give us their submissions? Doesn't seem so. Which of the evidence leaders is going to address on this? Is it you, Mr. Shaskelson?
It is, Mr. Commissioner.
Apha sizawubhekela ngumhlekazi uShackleton.
Mr. Commissioner, while I propose to deal with this specific application, I would like also to make certain general submissions about the discovery process and the powers of the Commission in relation to the discovery process, because as Mr. Tipp has pointed out, this application may serve to guide all of the parties, at least as to the position of the evidence leaders in relation to discovery and powers of the Commission on compulsion. With that introduction, I propose to deal with 4 topics. First is, what are the Commission's powers in relation to compelling discovery or in relation to discovery? The second is to link these proceedings to the discovery timetable that's been issued as a ruling by the Commission. The third is to turn to this specific application to make certain submissions on how we submit the Commission should exercise its powers in this particular case. And the fourth is briefly to respond to the complaint of the SAHRC about the absence of a terms of reference ruling in relation to the possible calling of expert evidence. To start then with the Commission's powers, we submit that the Commission has 2 separate powers in relation to discovery. The first is a power to compel production of documents, to order a party or a witness to produce documents. The second is a slightly different power. It's the power to rule that in the absence of production of documents relevant to an issue, a party in control of those documents who refuses to make discovery of the documents will not be permitted to participate in the hearings. If I might take those 2 powers separately, the power to compel flows from Section 3 of the Commissions Act. And 3.1 states, for the purposes of ascertaining any matter relating to the subject of its investigations, a Commission shall in the Union have the powers which a provincial division of the Supreme Court of South Africa has within its province to summon witnesses, to cause an oath or affirmation to be administered to them, to examine them, and to call for the production of books, documents, and objects. So that's a power of subpoena, essentially. The power is a coercive power, and it's fortified with criminal sanctions, so it must be exercised with precision. In particular, the Commission cannot issue an order in open-ended terms, because the person on the wrong side of the order must know exactly what is and what isn't expected of him or her, because non-compliance might give rise to criminal liability. And we'd refer the Commission in this regard by analogy to the judgment in State versus Mulder, 1980, Volume 1 SA 113 in the old Transvaal Provincial Division, where the court emphasized the need for precision in the terms of reference of the Commission of Inquiry because coercive powers would be exercised within those terms of reference. A fortiori, an order to produce documents must be in precise terms. The second aspect of the power is it's a discretionary power. And we would submit that in exercising its discretion, the Commission would weigh up the relevance and importance of the documents to its inquiry against the invasion of the private rights of the party who may be compelled to produce documents against its will. So it's a balancing exercise. It's not a situation of if a party can show that any document is relevant to an issue within the terms of reference a fortiori, automatically the Commission must issue an order. There is a balancing exercise. One weighs up the invasion of the rights of the party who will have to produce the documents against the relevance of the document that is sought. And of course the inquiry is fact-specific, because one cannot engage in that balancing exercise without looking at the specific facts. In the context of this Commission, we would submit that one of the factors relevant in this discretionary inquiry is that the parties have reached an agreement on a discovery process subject to the constraints of the terms of reference. That's the power of compulsion. We'd submit that there is a separate power, which is a power to make parties' participation in the Commission conditional on proper discovery. Parties have no automatic right to be here. Their rights to participate in this Commission flow from the Commission's duties in respect of procedural fairness. And we would submit that the corollary to this is that their participation can be made subject to reasonable conditions relating to fair procedure generally. In particular, if the Commission doesn't want to resort to the coercive step of compelling production of documents in a particular case, it can make the continued participation of a party subject to the production of those relevant documents. So those are the two powers. If we link the present application to the discovery timetable that was agreed, very briefly to run through that timetable, it started at 30 November 2012, where it was agreed at a pre-hearing meeting. The timetable was then subsequently ignored by most parties and had to be extended by the evidence leaders, and on 12 March, a ruling was issued by the Commission to give effect to the remaining stages of the timetable, and that's the document in the bundle from pages 35 to 36. The ruling took place after certain of the earlier stages of the discovery process had already passed. And if I might go back to identify the important provisions of the agreed timetable that preceded the ruling. The first was that the parties would identify topics within the terms of reference that they wanted to address in phase 2. The second was that the evidence leaders would circulate a consolidated list of topics. This was ultimately done on 8 February 2012. The third was that by a specified date, which was ultimately extended to 11 March 2013, parties would address requests to other parties to make discovery on particular topics on the consolidated list. So if there was a topic on the list in respect of which you wanted discovery, you could ask a party to make discovery. Now, these first three stages were not included in the ruling issued by the Commission on the 12th of March because they'd already been concluded by the 12th of March. The remaining stages that were included in the ruling are for present purposes or the following. The first is that the discovery obligations were obviously subject to the terms of reference, and that's paragraph 7 of the ruling, which both Mr. Tipp and Mr. Malindi have addressed. I don't propose to dwell on that. But the first stage of the timetable relevant to the current dispute was set out in paragraph 1 of the ruling, and that was by 18th of March. Parties had to make discovery of documents relevant to any topics that they proposed to address in phase 2 and to any topics in respect of which they'd been requested to make discovery by other parties. And if I might draw an analogy to civil proceedings, that would be ordinary discovery in terms of Rule 35(2). The next stage of the timetable was set out in paragraph 2 of the ruling, and it's the equivalent of Rule 35(3) of the Rules of Court. Parties had until 25 March 2013, in other words today, to address requests to other parties for supplementary discovery. Original discovery has already been made. Parties can now peruse that discovery and say, there are missing documents. I want you to discover this document. And the parties requested to make supplementary discovery then had until 3 April to make supplementary discovery. Now, in terms of that timetable, we would submit that the present request is, if anything, premature. It's framed as a Section 35(3) request. It's framed as a request for certain specific categories of document, at any rate. But the time for making supplementary discovery only expires on 3 April 2013. Now, as NUM is willing to engage with the request head-on, I don't suggest that the Commission should refuse to hear it. But I would emphasize that ordinarily, the Commission will be better placed to adjudicate on Section 35(3) or Rule Paragraph 2 disputes after 3 April, because by that stage, the Commission will have received all of the discovery and supplementary discovery made by all of the parties, and this will put it in a much better position, first of all, to know what documents have already been obtained. Secondly, to identify what other documents are out there. And thirdly, and most importantly, to assess the importance of obtaining those out there documents in the light of documents that the Commission has already gathered through the discovery process. But as NUM is the party who is going to be prejudiced by any adverse ruling or any ruling on this application, and NUM is prepared to argue this application, we don't suggest to the Commission that it should be rejected on the basis that it's premature. If I might turn to the application and the attitude of the evidence leaders to this application, we would concede that the documents requested are probably relevant to issues that fall within the terms of references. We say probably because we see them as probably having some relevance to certainly some of the issues in paragraphs 1.1 of the terms of reference to which Mr. Milindi referred the Commission. But despite the probable relevance of these documents to some of the issues covered by the terms of reference, we don't suggest that the order should be complied with. And we do so for several reasons. First, we submit it's too vague and too broad. We emphasize the need for precision in orders compelling the production of documents. And we would submit that certainly paragraph 3.2 of the request is too vague to support an order for compulsion. We had difficulty understanding what would be and what wouldn't be covered by 3.2. 3.2 is records on format of interaction between unions and the employer. This includes correspondence as well as individual members' complaints regarding benefits, especially housing. We submit that one needs far greater precision for an order compelling the production of documents. If 3.2 is, we submit, too vague, we submit both 3.1 and 3.2 are too broad. They embrace potentially thousands of documents, which would put NUM to an extremely arduous task to identify and to collate. And we would submit that the relevance of the documents, or the immediately apparent relevance of the documents, is not of such a nature to justify a request of this broad nature. And the Human Rights Commission hasn't set out a case for pressing relevance in this application, so we can only go by the apparent relevance of these documents. Finally, we would submit that if there is to be a request for documents of this nature, we would submit that they are more appropriately requested from Lonmin than from NUM, because they appear to be more relevant to passages of the terms of reference specifically dealing with Lonmin. We don't see passages of the terms of reference relating to NUM to which these documents would be relevant. So we would oppose the application on those grounds. Finally, we must briefly respond to the complaint that there hasn't been a ruling on topics 2 and I think 18, and that this has prejudiced the Human Rights Commission in relation to expert evidence, we specifically included paragraph 7.4 of the ruling, 7.4 of the ruling that was issued on the 12th of March, to cover the situation. 7.4 says that if any party seeks to lead expert evidence on a topic but seeks a ruling that the topic falls within the terms of reference before it incurs the expenditure necessary to engage an expert, that party must on or before 15 March 2013 one, formally commit itself to calling expert evidence on the topic if it is held to be within the terms of reference, and two, seek a terms of reference ruling from the Commission. Now, to the best of our knowledge, the SA Human Rights Commission never did this. So we don't see how they can now complain that there hasn't been the ruling that they never sought. Those are our submissions.
Umhlekazi Shackleton beyiveza ngolo hlobo lento andiyitolinga nayo ngafuna ukuba ndimphazamise kodwa ndayibeka nje kafuphi kokuba ubethi kukho izinto ezine yena afuna uthetha ngazo amandla ale commission yokokuba inyanzele omnye umuntu okuba veze amaqephu athize uthi ke le commission inawo lawo mandla xa kukho ubungqina obubonisayo kokuba lonto efuneka kuleyo party iphathelene nalento ephandwa yile commission izawuveza okokuba zezinye zezizathu ezaba imbangela yesehlakalo sase-Marikana. Uthi ngoku commission kufanele ajongisisa kuzo zonke izinto ekwavunyelana ngazo apha bebahlangana njengeparty bahlangana ngomhla ka-13 kuNovember 2012 ngomhla ka-12 kuMarch 2013 bade bahlangana kwathiwa ezi zicelo kufanele zenziwe ngaphambi ngomhla ka-18 kuNovember imini yokugqibela kunamhla. Njengoba senziwe nje uthi akavumelani naso ke esisicelo esenziwa ngabe Human Rights Commission ngoba singenasihlahla. Enkosi.
Mr. Malindi, anything you wish to say in reply?
Yes, please, Chairperson. Chairperson, ironically, the HRC is the only party that has complied with the deadlines to request discovery, and the NUM also acted within the time frames to register its objection. Having listened to my learned friend Chaskalson, I would urge the Commission to exercise its powers as he has set out, and especially use its discretion as set out on page 6 of the bundle before the Commissioners in reference to paragraph 5 of the terms of reference, which is that the Commission shall, where appropriate, refer any matter for prosecution, further investigation, or the convening of a separate inquiry to the appropriate law enforcement agency, government department, or regulator regarding the conduct of a certain persons. And as Mr. Tip, my learned leader here, has indicated as well, some of the topics are very important, but cannot be dealt with satisfactorily within the compressed time frames that this Commission has. And to the extent that the Commission is inclined to see those topics, all 20 topics which have not been objected to as relevant, the Commission can use its powers to narrow the requests that are made by the parties to each other, as Chaskalson has indicated, to not make a ruling on this application pending any further narrowing of the requests by the HRC on discovery to NUM or any other party. That will be our submission, Chairperson, because if it turns out that the topic is too broad for ventilation before the Commission, it may be referred as provided by the terms of reference. And Chairperson, Mr. Fisher was trying to retrieve a document or documents that we have forwarded to the evidence leaders and the Commission regarding our requests that there be rulings on these matters, but it seems like we don't have it readily at hand.
Mr. Chairman, if I might assist there, because I must withdraw the submission that I made in that regard, because a request for a ruling has been drawn to my attention, and possibly I can assist that. On the 11th of March, the Human Rights Commission did address a letter to the evidence leaders calling for a ruling indicating that they intended to call expert evidence on the following two broad topics. One, business and human rights aspects with a particular focus on social and labour plans and Lonman's compliance in this regard, and two, environmental management issues. And they sought a terms of reference ruling from the Commission in this regard. I must apologise for suggesting that they hadn't. If they persist in that ruling, then in seeking that ruling, we will have to
I didn't understand that to be what was set down for hearing today.
No, it's not. It's not set down for the hearing today.
So it's still there, though, so they can still bring that if they wish.
I think the evidence leaders and the Human Rights Commission must just chat about whether that ruling is still sought, and if so, we must arrange a convenient
time. And it may be that the evidence leaders will agree with the Human Rights Commission that these are topics that are appropriate, in which case it may be unnecessary for the formal application before the Commission. But these are matters which can best be dealt with once there's been the discussion you suggest between the Commission and the evidence leaders. Yes.
From my side, I must just apologise on two counts. The first is for making the submission that there had been no application. The second is for not attending to it in the time period since it's been made.
Well, you can now attend to it because we'll give you an extension of 2 days to do that. Mr. Malindi, anything further you wish to say?
Nothing further, and what's the word? Thanking my learned friend for indebted to my learned friend for assisting in this regard.
To your learned friend.
I'm sure your gratitude will be grateful.
We will reserve judgment on this matter. We'd like to think about it, the points that have been put to us, but we will give our ruling as soon as possible. We will indicate to the parties. So we understand that something has to be done fairly expeditiously. So we will deal with this. I did tell the Commissioner that I hope that we might be ready to proceed at 2 o'clock with her evidence. I suggest that it might be appropriate if the reporter from the City Press is here for us all to adjourn to have tea. We'll reassemble after the tea adjournment to continue with the
Chairperson, before you adjourn, may I interrupt you?
Siyathemba ukuthi ireport yakwa City Press ikhona lana sisathatha ixesha letiye mfokabawo ngabhala ngoba ayisiyal thanda nokuthi ya
Chairperson, Mr. Chaskalson has gone through the various agreements on discovery that parties had to adhere to, and we have been bombarding the evidence leaders and the SAPS with our insistence that they should discover. It's been over some 2 weeks now that the chairperson indicated that if there's still no satisfaction on the part of SAPS to discover as we requested, or the inadequacy of their discovery, they may be put on terms. In fact, they were to be put on terms before the commencement of the SAPS evidence. Chairperson, if you permit us, would like...
Suppose, as far as I understand what you're going to say to me, based on something you told me in Mr. Semenya's presence last week, I think it was, there's still some statements that you're asking the SAPS for, which they haven't given. I understood they're in the process of getting them for you. They relate to individuals who are involved in the events of the 16th, I think, primarily. I understand they're going to be given to you. I don't think the evidence we're hearing at the moment, or the evidence of the next witness, for example, are likely to be of such a nature that you require those documents. But certainly, if we reach a stage where a witness is going to come and give evidence, and those documents are necessary, certainly you can raise the matter again and we'll deal with it. But I understood Mr. Semenya to say in your presence, in fact, give you an undertaking in my presence, that he would see to it that as soon as reasonably possible, you'll get the documents you sought. Right? I think that's correct, Mr. Semenya, is it not? Yes. So we can leave that there for the moment. Let's go and enjoy our tea with the gentleman from the City Press, and then come back thereafter to continue with the National Commission's efforts.
Society ke xeshanyana nje. Commission is starting, Paula.
Resumes. National Commissioner, before I remind you under oath, I want to apologize to you. I proved to be a very poor prophet how long the argument would take in the application. So you were due to come back here at 2 o'clock to continue the evidence. You weren't able to do so. I'm sorry that your time's been wasted in this way.
Accept.
You're still under oath. Mr. Madlanga,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, before the lunch adjournment, I took you to the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Geffley that indicates that some subs-members, or rather subs-members, were shooting from different directions. And thereafter, I took you to, or back to paragraph 45.5, where it appears that some protesters may have been killed when some subs-members might have been firing in response to friendly fire by other subs-members. Now I want to take you to the statement of Mr. D. Rover. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. It's a lowercase de, and then the surname is R-O-V-E-R. I ask that a copy be placed in front of you.
I take it we have to make it an exhibit, do we? Triple F11.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a copy there, General?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Now, General, if you want to, you may read perhaps the two paragraphs that precede the paragraphs that I want to focus on. And the paragraphs I want to focus on are paragraphs 81 and 82 of that statement. If you've read the paragraphs before that, please indicate, then I will read paragraphs 81 and 82 into the record.
Zawufunda apha ngoku paragraph 81 no 82.
And whilst you are reading, let me, for the record, indicate that Mr. De Rover is the South African Police Service expert on public order policing. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware.
Uyazi ukuba umhlekazi uDe Rover lona ungumuntu onolwazi gqitha ke ngomsebenzi lo we-public order policing. Inquche kulezo.
Please indicate then when I should go ahead and read paragraphs 81 and 82.
Uzawutsho kokuba sawufunda nini 81 no 82.
I have read
Ifundile.
79 and 80.
Thank you, General. Now, paragraph 81 reads, at the timing of scene 1 and immediately thereafter, the problems with the analog radio network conspired to prevent the overall commander, to stay abreast of developments and to call a halt to police operations in a bid to regroup and reassess. It virtually goes without saying that SAP's doctrine and experience in crowd management dictate such a decision. You see that?
Yes, I see.
Uyayibona apho ichaza khona okokuba kutheke ngokubekwa kwamaxesha ngalento ekuthiwa yi-analog radio kwadingeka okokuba i-commander ithe ukumisa kancinci ukwenzela okokuba ikwazi ukubona zombini ukwazi ukulawula zombili izehlakalo nokuthi baphinde bahlangane kuphinde kujongwe kabuhle.
And obviously the analog radio network referred to must be the SAP's analog radio network, not so?
The analog radio network ekuthetha ngayo ile yamapolisa SAPS?
Yes.
Ewe.
Paragraph 82 reads, in the absence of a countermanding order, the implementation of the operation at Scene 2 went ahead with the on-scene commander unaware of the incidents that had just produced at Scene 1.
Kutheke ngokungabi khona mlayezo ovakalayo phaya kusehlakalo sesibini saqhubeka engabonanga ukhomanda okokuba kwenzaka ukhomanda walapho okokuba sekwenzekeni phaya kwisehlakalo sokuqala.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Ndiyayibona lonto.
Now let me paraphrase, and I do believe, of course, that this is quite plain. The language of these two paragraphs is quite plain. But just to make sure that we are on the same page, I will attempt to paraphrase.
Mandizame ukuthi ndiyicacise lento ndiyibeke kakuhle ngamagama avakalayo noma ivakala nje wena ngokwayo.
I read this to mean that had the overall commander followed all developments at Scene 1, he or she would have halted the operation, and the 18 people who died as a result of the police shooting at Scene 2 would not have died.
Uthi mandibeke ngolhlobo okokuba xa overall commander lo ube nolwazi layo yonke lento isenzeka phaya kwisehlakalo esisokuqala ubeza kuyimisa into eyenzeke kwisehlakalo sesibini ngoko ke kusho ukuthi aba bantu abangu-18 abasweleka apho bebangeke baphulukene nobomi babo.
Or perhaps let me just take one step back. Let me take one step back. Let me say I read this to mean had the overall commander followed all developments at Scene 1, he or she would have halted the operation. Do you accept that?
Mandibeke ngolhlobo okokuba xa overall commander ubekwazi ukulandela bona yonke into eyenzekayo phaya kwisehlakalo sokuqala ubeza kuyimisa yonke lento andithi?
I do not know.
Andazi ke.
All right. What Mr. Dirova says does not end there. He says, it virtually goes without saying that SAP's doctrine and experience in crowd management dictate such a decision being the halting of the operation. Do you see that?
Uthi ke kuya ngokulandela okokuba imithetho ebekiwe phaya ku-SAPS no namava abanawo kwi-crowd management into enjengalena isigqibo esinjalo bekufanele sithathwe okokuba imiswe lento.
That is the last sentence of paragraph 81.
Apha ekugqibeleni ku paragraph 81.
I see that.
Ndiyayibona lona.
It is on that basis then that I made the last proposition I made to you.
Ngako ke ndithetha lento endigqiba ukuyithetha kuwena ngoku.
Which is that according to what Mr. Dirova says, and which he says would have been based on SAP's doctrine.
Lento ke ithethwa ngumhlekazi yena uDirova le othi ihambelana nemiqathango yamapolisa SAPS.
Had the overall commander followed all developments at Scene 1, he or she would have halted the operation. Do you still not agree?
Uyavumelana naye apho esithi khona kube overall commander ubeyilandele siseka kuhle yonke into eyenzeke phaya kusini 1 ubeza kuyimisa yonke lento.
I said I do not know because the commander is the best person to answer this, not me.
Ndithe andaze apha ucommander uyena umuntu ozokwazi ukuphendula lento hayi mina.
Not asking you about your own knowledge.
I don't know what you want.
I am asking you purely based on what the sub's own expert is saying. That is what I'm basing this on. It flows from what the sub's expert himself is saying. And he says, but for the problems with the analog radio network, which made it impossible or difficult for the overall commander to follow developments at scene 1, the operation would have been halted. Do you agree that that is what this thing says? I'm not asking you about whether you know for a fact what the commander would have done. I'm asking you, isn't that what paragraph 81 says?
Andibuzi ulwazi onalo wena kokuba ubona kanjani lento ndibuza ukuba intetho ethethwa nguye lapha na okokuba ukube akubanga nangxaki kula analog radio overall commander ebona okokuba kwenzeka ntoni phaya kwesehlakalo sokucala ubeza kuyimisa yonke lento.
I'm not sure where we're missing each other. You've asked me, you've read that. You've asked me whether I saw it, and I said yes.
Ndibuza okokuba ndiyifundile na ndathi mina kuwe ewe ndiyifundile.
The question really is whether you understand it. And the question is, further question is what is meant by the phrase such a decision, the end of the second sentence of paragraph 81. Now, reading back to the first sentence, it does look as if what Mr. de Roover meant was a decision to call a halt to police operations in a bid to regroup and reassess. That seems to be the plain meaning of paragraph, doesn't it?
And I have answered, Judge, to say I do not know. The operational person may answer that well, because I'm not qualified to actually underscore or not underscore that statement.
I'm not sure whether you agree with what Mr. de Roover says. As you correctly say, this is a field of expertise which is different from your normal field of expertise. The question is that what Mr. de Roover is saying?
I have said yes to that already, but I was asked a different question as I understood. Maybe I was wrong.
Ndithi uDerova uyayithetha lento kodwa ke mna andinako ukusho kokuba lento bendizoyenza ngolhlobo ngoba mna andikho apho nguye umuntu owenza i-operations ezi.
National Commissioner, I did not ask you a different question. I asked you exactly the question that Mr. Chairman put to you just now. It's not a different question. What I'm asking you for is meaning. And right now, after the 2 or so answers that you have given, I'm confused as to what your answer is. Do you accept that what this paragraph says is what the chairman has just articulated? Do you accept that that is what this paragraph means? I'm not asking you about commanders, what commanders would have decided. Meaning, that's what my question is about.
Andibuzi ke ngezigqibo ukuba commander bekufanele izigqibo ezenze ntoni ndibuza okokuba le paragraph ithetha yona lento esiyifundayo apha echoyo njengoba ebuza ucommission.
I understand it even better and closer. I have read the contents of this paragraph and I recognize what the contents of the paragraph says. Yes.
Ndiyiva kakuhle nangesixhosa okokuba ndiyifundile lento ndiyayivisisa okokuba ithini ewe.
And this, Mr. de Roover, bases on what he calls SAP's doctrine. And he says SAP's doctrine and experience. He bases it on SAP's doctrine and experience and in crowd management. And he says that those, that is doctrine and experience, dictate in those circumstances a decision that the operation be halted. Again, meaning you accept that.
It's fair to say that she accepts that's what Mr. de Roover says. I think she makes it clear she can't be heard. She's not in a position to say whether Mr. de Roover is right or wrong.
usho kanjalo ugeneral okokuba uyayiva lento ethetha nguDarova lana akasho kokuba ke uright noma wrong uDarova xa esho kanjena.
I agree, Mr. Chairman, and that is why I keep emphasizing that all I'm concentrating on is meaning. Meaning, the meaning of paragraph 81. Do you accept the last proposition?
Umbuzo wakhe ukuthi siyiva kakuhle na le paragraph okokuba ithetha lento ethethwa nguDarova apha.
I must say you at times confuse me. When you say meaning, meaning may be deeper. I say I read, I see, I understand it as the English language puts it in this document in 81 and 82.
Ndithi ndiyiva kakuhle njengoba ibekwa apha ngesingesi phaya ku-81 naku-82 onke amazwi athetha la avezwe apha ndiyaweva.
Yes, I keep referring...
I think if you say the meaning of Mr. De Roever, then there won't be a problem. I think I understand why she's reluctant to answer the question in unqualified affirmative, but if it's qualified by saying Mr. De Roever's meaning, I don't think she should have a problem.
Thank you. May I rephrase the question then and say, to my last proposition, do you accept that that is what Mr. De Roever means?
Uyavumelana ukuba lento ithethwa apha uDarova utsho yona lento kanye ngqo.
Yes, I have read what is written here.
Ewe ndiyifundile into ebhalwe apha.
But I'm asking a different question. Do you accept that Mr. De Roever means what I have suggested he means?
Ndithi ke mna uyayivisisa uvumelana nami kokuba uDarova
I understood her to say yes,
lento
and then she gave her reason for saying yes because she's read what's written here. I don't think one should suggest she's not answering the question.
I get confused, Mr. Chairman, because of the lengthy and qualified responses to very simple questions. I honestly get confused.
That was a lengthy or a qualified response to your question. So I think that's a comment that certainly doesn't apply to the last answer she gave.
But just to make sure, is your short answer yes to my last proposition?
My problem is the word you have used, accept. It's got a deeper and stronger meaning.
Lento endingayivisi kahle uxa uthi wena ndiyayamkela naloo nto.
I will avoid the use of the word accept.
Mandingalisebenzisi ke elo gama.
Does what Mr. De Roever is saying mean what I have suggested it means?
Lento ethetha nguDarova apha itsho yona lento endiyichazayo.
You've gone back to meaning and you've used meaning before. You confuse me.
Undixaka apho ke uthi khona inkcazelo imeaning.
What exactly confuses you about meaning?
Chair, this must constitute the badgering of a witness. This must constitute the badgering of the witness, Chair.
Well, some people might argue that something that's got two sides to it, but let's not get involved in that. I think the problem is that the questions are framed in a way that the witness doesn't fully understand them. And she's reluctant to understand, if she's not quite sure what they mean, she's reluctant to answer yes or no because the consequences she can't foresee. So I can understand that. That's why I've been trying to help her a bit. But anyway, Mr. Madlanga will bear in mind what you've said. I don't think you went quite as far as badgering, but maybe you were approaching the borders of badgerdom, so maybe you must move back a bit.
My last question, Commissioner, was when Mr. De Roever says that SAP's doctrine and experience in crowd management dictate such a decision, does he mean that SAP's doctrine and experience in crowd management dictate that after events like those that had taken place in Scene 1 have taken place, there should be a halting or stoppage of the operation? Is that what Mr. De Roever means? I've avoided acceptance. Yes, I can't avoid using the word mean.
Uthi uDarova uchaza loo nto na okokuba imithetho nemiqathango
I think to be fair, she can't say she necessarily knows what Mr. De Roever meant. All she can say is that's what he appears to mean. He may have had some mental reservation or may have expressed himself badly, but all she can be expected to answer is what he appears to mean on an ordinary meaning of the sentence.
I'll just
perhaps if the question's put that way, the witness shouldn't have a problem.
uthi umgcinisihlalo angeke akwazi okokuba akwazi ukuchaza okokuba ubechaza ntoni uDerova xa uthi kodwa uyayiva lento kuba yiyo into ethethwa nguye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've asked the question a few times. I will not ask the full question again. All I will do is just to add this.
Nakuphinda lo mbuzo ndawungeza nje kuwo.
On your reading of what Mr. Dirova says, do you accept the meaning that I've suggested to you?
I'm going to
uyifunda wena ngokwakho uyayamkela lento endiyichaza kuwe.
maybe ask the question again.
Awungaphinda futhi ubuze lo mbuzo mhlekazi.
Mr. Dirova says or refers to the SAPS doctrine and experience in crowd management. Do you see that?
Uyabona apha chaza khona ngemqathango nemithetho ebekiwe ku SAPS uDerova?
Yes.
Ewe.
Do you see that he also says that those, that is doctrine and experience in crowd management, dictate the taking of a decision? Do you see that?
Uyayibona lento uthi xa kulandela lemithetho ebekiwe apha kukho isigqibo esithize kufanele sithathwe.
I do.
Ewe. Do you also see that if you read decision in the last sentence, that must be a reference back to a decision to halt?
Apha athetha khona ngesigqibo uyabona okokuba esigqibo ebethetha ngaso kokuba kumiswe
to call a halt of the operation.
Kumiswe leyo nto eyenzeka leyo operation ngelo xesha.
So you're reading decision with a previous sentence?
Yes, decision. What I'm suggesting to you is that decision refers back to a decision to call a halt to police operations.
Apha kufanele kwenze khona isigqibo kwakufanele sithathwe sisigqibo sokokuba kumiswe lo operation ngelo xesha.
Yes.
Ewe.
I'll go to the next question.
Zawuza kumbuzo landelayo.
Had that decision, that is a decision to call a halt to the operation, had that decision been taken?
Xa kube sathathwa ke eso sigqibo sokuba kumiswe lo nto ngelo xesha.
Do you accept that the killings at scene 2 would not have taken place?
I don't think that's a fair question, Mr. Mdlanga. Because call a halt to police operations in a bid to regroup and reassess. Now, if the police operations have been halted and there was then a regrouping and a reassessment, we do not know what the result of the reassessment would have been. The reassessment might have involved a decision to advance on scene 2 and take certain action, which might have led to the death of some of the people. So I'm not sure that the question in the absolute form that you put it was a fair one in the circumstances.
Uthi umgcinisihlalo akabona okokuba lo mbuzo ubuzwe kakuhle ngoba apha kuthiwa isigqibo besawuthatha kokuba kumiswe okoxeshana loo nto kuphinde kuhlangane kujongwe kabusho kokuba kwenzeke ntoni akaze kube bekwenzeka ntoni apho kokuba aba bantu bangu-18 benge bezawugqibela abaswelekile na.
Let me ask the question differently.
Mandibuze lo mbuzo ngenye indlela yohlukile.
Would you accept that if the operation had been halted,
mandibuze ngolu hlobo kokuba xa le operation iye yamiswa,
the police had regrouped and reassessed,
baphinde bahlangane futhi kujongwe kabusho kokuba kwenziwe ntoni,
any number of possible decisions could have been taken?
Bekungenzeka ukuthi emva koko kwenziwe ezinye izigqibo mhlawumbe ezininzi ezohlukile.
One could have been that let's go ahead, let's pursue them to copy 3.
Esinye sezigqibo besingathathwa kokuba masibalandele kwicopy 3 yesithathu.
Just like one could well have been that because we as SAPS have already killed 16 people at scene 1, let us not pursue those that have run to copy 3 because there may again be a large number of casualties.
Esinye sesigqibo besingathathwa besokokuba bebazawuthi xa bejonga babona okokuba sekusweleka abantu abangu-16 kuthiwe hayi thina ke njengeSAPS masingabalandeli phaya kwicopy 3 ngoba kungenzeka kuphinde kusweleke abanye abantu.
The question calls for conjecture again, Chair. Where are we going?
Umthakazi
He's
uSiminya
entitled
uthi
to ask
hayi
her
lo mbuzo
this kind of question
awuqondanga kakuhle.
to engage in some conjecture, but I don't think he should take it too far, and if he takes it much further, I'll stop him.
Mandithi ngale ndlela ubuzwe ngayo ke mawuphendule.
Let me ask you this question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Manje ubuze ngolu hlobo. Enkosi Mthekazi Chairperson.
I know that you were new at SAPS at the time.
Ndiyayazi into yokuba bungenaxesha elide ku-SAPS ngelo xesha.
But I want to find out what your own thinking is.
Kodwa ke ndifuna ukuyazi ukuba wena ucinga kanjani, ucinga ntoni?
If, as Mr. Diruova says, in such circumstances there would have been a need to regroup and reassess, what do you think the purpose of the regrouping and reassessing would have been?
Xa umhlekazi uDeroger athi kwakukho isidingo sokokuba kuphinde kuhlangane kujongisiswe lento kakuhle, ucinga ukuba isizathu soko kwakuyintoni?
I sincerely find that a hard question to answer. I would say I do not know.
Mbuzo onzima nyani lona kum andizawuthi andazi.
Would it not possibly, amongst others, have involved the taking of decisions as to whether or not to continue with the operation?
Bekungeke kube naso isizathu sokokuba kuphinde kujongisise kuthathwe esinye isigqibo kuba kuyaqhutshekwa nangalento ikanene hayi.
I would like to avoid speculating.
Andithandi okokuba ndiveze into ecingwa ndim nje ndingayazi.
These are matters for argument, aren't they? I could understand if the National Commission had been on the scene at the time in charge of the operations, conjectural questions of this kind might be directly relevant, but regarding the fact she wasn't there, and there is a strong element of conjecture, I'm not sure we are assisted by the answers she gives or her reluctance to give answers. I'm sure there are other matters you can ask her about which do not involve conjecture of this kind.
Enjengalena apho wayengekho khona uGeneral akabona okokuba into eqonde kakuhle.
But you accept that part of the problem that made it impossible even for the regrouping and reassessing to be done was the problem with the analog radio network.
Uyavumelana nami kuba into eyabanga yonke le ngxaki ingxaki eyabanjwa i-analog radio network le yamapolisa.
I'm sure the commanders would be able to talk to that. I do not know.
Andazi ke mna ndicinga uba ii-commanders izona ezokwazi ukuyichaza loo nto.
May I ask you a question about that? It appears from Mr. Derover's statement that he must have been informed by those who briefed him that the overall commander had a problem in staying abreast of developments because of problems with the analog radio network. That seems a fair inference. You'll agree with that, I'm sure. No conjecture required. Now, that's a fair inference, isn't it? He must have been told that. I mean, he didn't take that himself out of the air. Now, when you received your various briefings about what had happened on the night of the 16th, morning of the 17th, and thereafter, were you ever told that the overall commander had problems with the analog radio network?
Kwingxelo ezazisa kuwe ke General nge-16 nange-17 yavela na indaba yokuba u-overall commander waba nengxaki nge-analog radio. Uthi umgcinisihlalo ucinga okokuba uLow Derover naye waxelelwa ngabo babekhona apho ngale nto. Buzo okokuba yavela na kuwe okokuba khona le ngxaki.
On the 16th and the 17th, Judge, I was not informed of the radio thing.
Nge-16 nange-17 ngemhlekazi andizange ndixelele ngale nto ye-radio.
We were informed a bit later.
Uyawaxelela emva kwexesha?
As we were preparing our statements to come to the commission and most of the information was coming, we noted the issue of the radio.
Emva kokoko sesilungiselele ukuba size apha ku-commission xa kuvela ke ingxelo ezohlukile yavela.
At the time of the Potchefstroom conference or meeting?
I missed the last question.
Was that at the time of the Potchefstroom meeting? The evidence is that various police generals and others gathered at Potchefstroom and it was over a week, and prepared a number of things, particularly Exhibit L, which is the police presentation. Was it before then that this was, you were told about the analog radio network problem?
Ngelipixesha lento xa niphaya ePotchefstroom kuye kwaba kubungqina pha ukuba kwadibana igeneral nabanye abaphethe emapoliseni pha ePotchefstroom kwenzelela amalungiselelo okokuba kuze kuvezwe nale exhibit L esinayo apha yavela ngelo xesha lento.
Maybe let me answer this way, Judge.
Mandiyiphendule ngolu hlobo, Judge.
The building of our submission was a progressive process.
Ayenziwanga ngemini eyodwa lento kwathatha ixesha amalungiselelo.
We continued to pick up inputs along the process that took the submission to come to yourselves.
Yathatha ixesha ke ziloku zihamba zivela ke ezinye izinto njengokuqhubeka kwexesha.
And I would also say I visited Potchefstroom only once.
Manditsho mna ngokwam ndaya kwakanye nje Potchefstroom.
It is for that reason that maybe it is difficult for me to pinpoint the time when the information came, but I did note the information in our submission.
Yavela lento ke kwizinto ezazithethwa apho.
Must forgive me for saying I don't like this maybe answer. I'm not being unkind. I know it's just a way you express yourself, but it doesn't help to say it may be the case or may not be the case. We're not interested so much in maybes as in facts. But I think it's fair to say, I think what you're saying is you're not sure whether you heard about it before or after Potchefstroom, and so you can't tell us. Would that be a fair inference? That's what you're saying?
Yes, Judge.
I see.
See, ask the question is if there was a problem with the analog radio network, I take it the commanding officer, the overall commander, would have known about it at the time. It was not something he would have discovered days or weeks or months later. So I would have expected that fact, which the overall commander must have been aware of at the time, to have surfaced fairly early on in the development of what one can call the police case. But I don't think it's fair to ask you that question. That's the question the overall commander would have to deal with when he comes there. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, Judge.
Ndiyabona lo mbuzo ufanele ubuze yona i-commanding officer ngoba xa i-commanding officer yaba nengxaki ngale analog radio kwakuyinto okufanele ibone ngelo xesha hayi emva kwezinsuku ngako bekufanele ayazi ngelo xesha ukuba lento yenzakele kodwa ndibona okokuba umuntu ozawuphendula lo mbuzo bheteri nguyena.
When you say that you read the issue about the problems with the analog radio network in the submission, are you referring to the sub's presentation exhibit L?
Uthi lento wayifunda yavela phaya kwi-submission yamapolisa usho exhibit L.
I'm hoping that it was mentioned in that.
Ndiyethemba ukuba yavela apho.
Or also in the statements of the members.
Mhlawumbe kwesinye se-statement zamalunga zemember.
Please bear with me, Commissioners. Now, at the risk of sounding being repetitive, but may the Commissioners and you, General, please bear with me, because after what may sound repetitive, I'm leading to a question.
Andithandi kokuba ndijonge njengomuntu ophinda-phinda imibuzo kodwa ndizawuza kwenye into emva kwexesha.
From the information that we have received from SAPS and which have debated with you after the tea break, one gleans the following therefrom. Some SAPS members fired shots in response to what may have been, open quote, friendly fire, close quote, from other SAPS members.
Uthe apha kule statement kungenzeka okokuba amanye amapolisa adubula eva imbumbulu ezazidutshula ngamanye okokuba bacinga ukuba kudubula aba baqhankqalazi.
You accept that? Do you accept that one does glean this from the information that you and I have been debating?
Uyavuma okokuba intetho evele phakathi kwentetho ebiphakathi kwami nawe.
Just refer me again to...
Would accept has caused her trouble in the past, and I can understand why. I'm sure you can put it in a way which doesn't raise the kind of problems which encourage her to be cautious, for which one cannot blame her.
Is it so, thank you, Mr. Chairman, is it so that it does appear from the information that you and I have debated that some SAPS members fired shots in response to what may have been open quote, friendly fire, close quote, from other SAPS members? This is in paragraph 45.5 of the opening statement.
No, Chair, I think my learned colleague should have used the word may.
Uthi gama kufanele lisetshenziswe ngumhlonipheki bekufanele lithi kwakungenzeka na.
Say in 45.5 it was friendly fire. They say it may have been friendly fire. They don't know that it they don't know that it was friendly fire, and they don't know it wasn't friendly fire. That's why they were hoping ballistic evidence would solve the problem. We will find out in due course if it does. But the point Mr. Semenya puts is correct. You've got to use the subjunctive may when you convey the point that you make.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I only did not use the may, and I accept what Mr. Semenya says in respect of the fired at the beginning of this sentence, but where the chairman is referring to, I actually did use it, but I'll just again read what I said, and then I will insert the may that Mr. Semenya so correctly says should be inserted.
Ndiza kuyifunda ke lento njengoba sisho nje bese ndenza ke ukuba ndifake lo may ngenzeka njengoba esisho umhlekazi uSmith.
Is it so that what paragraph 45.5 says may be read to mean this? Some SAPS members may have fired shots in response to what may have been, open quote, friendly fire, close quote, from other SAPS members.
Njengoba esisho kokuba amapolisa amanye athi kwakungenzeka okokuba badubula besiva imbumbulu ekwakungenzeka okokuba zidubule ngamanye amapolisa akowabo.
Yes, the statement is saying that.
Sibhaleke kanjalo esi statement.
And does the statement also say that some protesters may have been killed when the SAPS members concerned might have been firing in response to the open quote friendly fire, close quote, by other SAPS members?
Kuyashiwo phaya okokuba abanye babaqhankqalazi kungenzeka okokuba bonzakala basweleka ngelo xesha amapolisa edubula eva ezimbumbulu acinga okokuba zidutshulwa ngabaqhankqalazi okwakungenzeka okokuba zivela kwabanye bawo.
I'm not sure, is it something you're reading or is it an interpretation?
Andazi okokuba into ifundana apho ikanene indlela oyichaza ngayo.
I introduced this present debate by saying that on my reading of the material provided by SAPS, this is what one gleans from the material.
I think it's Mr. Madlanga's paraphrase. I think it's Mr. Madlanga's paraphrase.
Okay, that's a different thing.
The relevant section of paragraph 45.5.
What is your response, or should I repeat the question?
I think you should.
Some protesters may have been killed when the SAPS members concerned might have been firing in response to, open quote, friendly fire, close quote, by other SAPS members.
Uthi kungenzeka okokuba abanye babaqhankqalazi basweleka ngelixesha amapolisa edubula ephindisela kwinto bebakholelwa okokuba idutshulwa ngabaqhankqalazi kanti kudubula kungenzeka okokuba ivela kwamanye amapolisa akowabo.
I would go more with the statement as we've put it, because I think the paraphrasing may carry many, many more issues than what I read here.
Ndiza kuyithi ndongeze kule nto ngoba xa uyichaza ngolu hlobo kungabakho ezinye inkcazelo ezininzi kunale uyinikezayo.
I will move on, General.
Ndizawuqhubeka, General.
According to Lieutenant Colonel Geffley, SAPS members were firing shots from different directions and could have shot other police in crossfire.
If I may just ask, where are we reading from?
Again, it's my paraphrase of the information that we have received. I did read to the witness a paragraph or some paragraphs from the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Geffley, Mr. Mahlangu.
Uthi kukwesa statement sika Geffrey. Thank you, we've got it.
Okay.
We've got the statement.
And that's paragraph
from
what?
para 13 at the foot of the second page. I ordered the members to fall back and take position behind the vehicles, as it was clear the police are firing from different directions and members could be caught in crossfire.
Yes, that is where I'm reading from, or rather, I'm paraphrasing from that paragraph.
Kusuka apha umhlekazi uMadlanga apha esithi khona wathi ke lo wayephethe waxela amapolisa ukuba makabuye umva athathe iposition ezinjango emva kwezinqwela ngoba kuyabonakala ukuba amapolisa adubula kumahlangothi ohlukile kungenzeka ukuba abanye baqhanwe zimbumbulu ezivela kowabo.
Do you accept my paraphrase?
I'm going
to ask you to paraphrase, okay? Because I just read that statement. I didn't have the statement. I read what is written here. Now I can listen to the paraphrase.
According to Lieutenant Colonel Geffley, SAPS members were firing shots from different directions, and some SAPS members could have been shot by SAPS members in the crossfire.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo kokuba amapolisa bedubula ngapha nangapha bekungenzeka okokuba kudubuleke amapolisa amanye adutshulwa ngamanye njengoba bebedubula konke amacala.
I'm not able to accept your paraphrasing.
Andikwazi ukuyamukela njengoba uyibeka lencazelo.
Why not?
Ndoni?
As I read the statement, it doesn't give me that understanding.
Akuchazeke ngolo hlobo kwesi statement.
So the chairman has just asked, how would you paraphrase it?
Uthi wena ungayibeka kanjani ke General?
My understanding of this, I ordered the members to fall back and take position behind the vehicle, as it was clear that the police are firing from different directions, and members could be caught in crossfire.
Uthi njengoba nditsho kokuba uthi lona yalela amapolisa ukuba mawabuye umva azimele emva kwenqwela ezingoba amapolisa edubula ko onke amacala kungenzeka okokuba kudutshulwane elinye ipolisa lidubule elinye.
And I'm also saying he is talking about shooting from different directions, and I'm sure he can talk about that. Earlier on, he said he looked into the bushes and did not see somebody with a firearm. So I'm not even sure whether his statement, he needs to be questioned on that so that your paraphrasing can be put into context. I'm the wrong person to do that.
Uye ongachaza okokuba lento bechaza ukuthini ngoba ekuqaleni uye wathi akabonanga mntu apha ngasemahlahleni owayephethe umbu ejongise apha ngasemapoliseni nguye ongakwazi ukuchaza lonto ukuthi wayesho uthini uchaza ntoni xa ethetha ngolu hlobo.
You can take time to read the statement again, General. But when
general statement, yes.
When Lieutenant Colonel Geffley is talking about not having identified any person within the crowd that was visible to him with any firearm in his hand.
Colonel Geffley ethetha ngabantu izihlele ezizazi phambi kwakhe zivele phaya engaboni namnye wabo ophethe umpu ngesandla.
It does not appear to be talking about the police.
Apho akathethi ngamapolisa.
That he says were firing from all directions, including some even firing from behind them.
Uthi ke apha kwakukho amapolisa bedubula kuwo onke amacala amanye edubula esemva kwabo.
them being his unit, the STF.
Xa esithi emva kwabo uthetha iunit le yabo yamaphoyisa aba babizwa ngokuba i-STF.
Do you not agree with me?
Awuvumelani nami?
No, I don't, because I don't know who that any person shooting is. And this is why I'm saying I'm the wrong person to try and interpret that any person shooting. It is Gafli who can say who he means by any person shooting.
Ngubani lo wayedubula kwenzeke ntoni umuntu onencazelo ongaba nencazelo nguye uGafri owayekhona apho.
In any event, General, I do not see why you want to go back to paragraph 11. I am asking...
Paragraph 12, first sentence of paragraph 12. At this stage I heard gunshots coming in the direction of the bushes in front of us, but I could not see any person shooting.
Apha ku-12 ke uthi ndeva kukho imbumbulo ezazivela ngaphambili kwethu apha ngasemahlahleni kodwa ndingabona
There were, I think, protesters in the bushes in front, and it appears they may well have been policemen as well. So the word any, as you know, is a very wide word, so it could cover either protesters or policemen. So
it's now
4 o'clock.
A suitable stage for us to take the adjournment. Please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In paragraph 12, the same paragraph that the chairman read from,
paragraph 12
which is the paragraph before the one that I'm focusing or was focusing on. The following sentence appears, second last sentence. Then the K9 members also started firing from behind us into the copy.
Kuvela ke esisivakalisi esithi amapolisa lawe K9 abeseqala nawo ukudubula ase apha emva kwethu.
I also heard shots from our left and right.
Leva imbumbulu zivela apha ngasokhohlo nangasekunene ku apho sasikhona.
And then in paragraph 13 he says, at this stage the Scorpion has joined us and the members had formed a line in front of the Casper ready to approach the copy on foot.
Uthi ke ngelo xesha aba beScorpion basebefikile nabo sebefikile apha kubo basebenza umqa apha ngaphambi kweCasper sebezilungiselela okokuba bazawuya umphambili bahamba ngezinyawo.
I ordered the members to fall back and take position behind the vehicles.
Ndathi ke kubo ndibayalela ukuba hayi mababuye umva bazimele apha emva kwezinqwele.
You accept that he's, or rather, let me avoid accept. And he is referring to SAPS members, is he not?
Andithi apha uthetha ngamapolisa nge-SAPS.
Yes.
Ewe.
And he gives the reason why he made that order, and he says, as it was clear that the police are firing from different directions. You see that?
Isizathu asinikezayo apha ukuthi wathi babuye umva ngoba kwasekubonakala bamapolisa dubula kuwo onke amacala. Kunjalo?
Yes, I read that.
Ndifunda ngolo hlobo ewe.
And members could be caught in crossfire. You see that?
Oyiko kokuba kungenzeka okokuba amapolisa amanye adubuleke.
Yes, I see that.
Ndiyayibona loo nto.
Would you not accept that the crossfire refers also to fire by SAPS members?
Apha athetha khona ngokuthi abengadubuleka ubethi angadubuleka ngemipu yamapolisa dutshule zimbumbulu zamanye amapolisa.
I actually read in his statement that he says.
Ndifunda ngolo hlobo kwi-statement sakho okokuba uthi
the police are firing from different directions. That's what he writes in his statement.
Ubhale kwi-statement sakho uba amapolisa adubula kuwo onke amacala ohlukile.
And members, that is SAPS members, could be caught in crossfire.
Abathetha kona ngemember usho amalunga amapolisa okokuba abengenzeka ukuba aqhaneke kulolu dubulo.
What I'm suggesting to you is, whatever the source of the crossfire might have been, but he is certainly suggesting that part of that crossfire would have been fire from or by the police. Do you accept that?
Abayithetha khona ngokuba kungahle kudushuleke bethetha okokuba amapolisa amanye adubulayo bekungenzeka okokuba adubule amanye.
What is important is what you've said. Part of the crossfire could have been. In that sense, I agree.
You spoke at the same time with Mr. Mahlangu. What your answer may not appear in the transcript. So you say because I have used the word part of the crossfire may have emanated from SAPS, you accept what I'm putting to you.
I'm saying you have used the phrase part, particularly having listened to, I did not see any person shooting and the police. So the part represents a better understanding of what you're saying.
Ndiva betele xa uyibeka ngolo hlobo ba ingxenye yaloko kudubulana beyingavela kumapolisa ngoba uthe apha ubengabona okokuba ngubani lo dubulayo.
And because he says that he gave an instruction or a command that they should go behind the vehicles to avoid the fire, so effectively he means that part of that crossfire which emanated from the police could have injured the police themselves. Do you accept that? Do you agree? Do you agree that this is what this means?
Uyavuma okokuba intetho yakhe le inkcazelo yakhe leyo okokuba xa ezawukhupha lo myalelo okokuba babuye umva wayenoloyiko lokuba ingxenye yale mipu eyayidutshela ngamapolisa ingathi ibethe amanye apha.
From what I've read, I understand that part of that could have been.
Njengoba ndiyifunda ke ndiva okokuba uthi ingxenye yayo kwakungenzeka bayenzeke ngolo hlobo.
One can go further. One could even say all of it might have been friendly fire. There's no basis for saying that only part of it may have been friendly fire. Of course, it's again speculation. We're in the area of conjecture, aren't we? But while we're busy conjecturing, we may as well get it right. There was fire. The police, according to the statement 45.5, are prepared to accept some of it may have been. Well, they didn't say some of it. They're prepared to accept that they may have been responding to friendly fire. So, in the police statement, it said that there may have been friendly fire. The possibility of the fire being friendly fire appears to be corroborated by what Colonel Gaffney says in the passage that Mr. Madlanga put to you. I think that's a fair summary, isn't it, of what we've seen.
Andithi baye bachaza apho kokuba bathi bedubula beva ukuduma kwembumbulu kanti zezabo amapolisa apha echaza khona ke ngoko kokuba kwakudutshulana ngapha nangapha wayeyoyika yena kokuba kungahle kubekho udutshulano oluthize phakathi kwawo amapolisa ngokwawo.
Judge, I would still say the May talks about possibilities, and we still say that phrase, that very paragraph at the end says, when all evidence has been presented, then it is a better point to actually start accepting, corroborating, and that. At this point in time, I think I would be irresponsible to do so.
Andikwazi ukuthi kweli xesha apha ndikhona ngoku ndithi ewe kunjalo.
That answer you give may be the subject of
sekuvele bonke ubungqina.
Maybe the subject of argument at a later stage. But this is perhaps an appropriate stage to take the Germans till tomorrow morning, 9:30.
Lixesha lokuba sihambe ngoku ngomso kusasa 9:30.
Thank you.